Let's also put some wood into the fire and turn it on. The snowflake indicator over the ore means that it's too cold to smelt. The heat bar just above shows that we're hovering around level 2 heat here. So let's try instead to burn some charcoal. Charcoal is made predominantly in the charcoal kiln, which is another new crafting station, but it's also a byproduct of just burning wood in a campfire, for example. And now checking on the heat again, it has increased. It's hovering just below level 3. So, we're almost there, but the forge is still too cold. Let's try instead to use some charcoal powder. This is made by refining the charcoal into powder inside the mortar and pestle, which is yet another new crafting station. It's still not enough though. This burns at the same temperature that the charcoal does. So instead, let's try some coal. Now, you can see that the heat is rising up to level 3, and then the iron ore starts smelting in. The snowflake icon is gone. There's another resource called anthracite, and this is found exclusively in the snow biome, and this burns at 1 level higher than coal does. And you can also add in a bellow, and this will get the temperature up another level. So you can kind of mix and match these depending on what you have available to you to try to get the heat that you need to do the smelting that you need. So by adding all of these different ores and metals, Afterlife sees the introduction of 3 new ages of tools and weapons. So in vanilla we have like the Stone Age, the Iron Age, the Steel Age, and the Mechanical Age. But in Afterlife, we see the addition of the Scrap Age, the Bronze Age, and the Inconel Age, which kind of slided nicely between the existing ages, just like we saw previously with the building materials. And so there are a ton of new weapons and tools to play with that kind of fit into these ages, and the mod also integrates the Izio Weapons Pack, which introduces more than 60 new items to find, craft, and master. Weapons can be found in loot or purchased from a special vending machine found inside trader compounds, but speaking of traders, the traders themselves are no more. The creator of the mod notes that traders make for a more linear game experience, where biome and POI tier progression follows a very strict path, and so the traders have been removed. But dukes are still useful, and you can exchange old cash found throughout the world within these special conversion machines. The last thing to touch on are changes to health and wellness. Afterlife introduces a new stat called Vitality, and this represents your overall well-being. During your first 7 days, your vitality is kind of locked in. It shouldn't drop too much, but beyond that, you're going to need to prepare to keep up your fighting spirits. Vitality is affected by several factors. Your surroundings, such as dreary areas, will decrease it, but a well-decorated base will increase it. In fact,
yes,
you
I
can
can
go around
feel
the
it
world and
working.
pick up
I will
pretty much
soon be
anything.
able to travel. You have done me a great favor, adventurer.
My brother Quinn and I were tasked to recon Silverpine Forest and report to High Executor Hadrick, but we didn't get far. When moving through this farm, we were attacked by the ghoul Ivar the Foul. We escaped from Ivar, but he seriously mauled Quinn. He's healing from the potion you gave him, but Ivar may return before Quinn recovers. Kill Ivar so Quinn will have time to heal. Ivar is usually in the barn yonder, waiting for my guard to drop.
Nope. Too many zombies. It's gonna log and let the cooldown reset.
Warp drive active.
Level 60.
Core item that you want to decorate your base with, and this will go a long way toward keeping your vitality high. Light exposure is another one. Darkness, of course, will decrease it, but sunlight will increase it. Exhaustion is another one. Being well rested will increase your vitality, but pushing through exhaustion and not resting will decrease it. To rest, you simply need to spend some time around your bedroll. Simply be within a land claim zone that has a bedroll down within it, and you'll gradually become more rested. Wetness is another factor, and of course being cold on top of that will decrease your vitality. Rain can increase your wetness, but this can be prevented with an umbrella. And if you're soaking wet, just stand next to a campfire for a couple of minutes to dry off. Also, I don't know if this is a joke or what, but if you're thirsty, you can simply look up during a rainstorm and it will slightly increase your hydration. Next up, we have fear. So fighting and being around zombies will decrease your vitality. And the more zombies are around you, the faster it will decrease. And vitality basically affects things like your maximum health and stamina, as well as health and stamina regeneration, attack speed, and much more. So you really have to focus on this, or you're going to bear a significant penalty. Food has not seen many significant changes other than the food and water maximums have been increased from 100 up to 200, so you have like twice as much capacity for it. And so that means you can go longer between meals, but it's going to take you more food to kind of top off if you're low. But the liquid situation is much more interesting. You can find empty jars out in the world, they have returned, and you can fill them up with dirty water in things like toilets or ditches, and this will give you dirty, infected water. You can also take water out of water coolers, which will be clean, basically mineral water. And to clean your dirty, infected water, you're going to need to boil it in a campfire. This will make infected water, which you're then going to have to boil again to get clean water. It is a lengthy, time-consuming, and expensive process, so you're going to need to start on this very early on. To preserve your jars, you can pick up something like these blue barrels here, and you can put them down inside your base. This will allow you to dump out your jars and fill these barrels up with a variety of different liquids for future use, including even honey is possible to put in these. If you do end up consuming some dirty infected water, you're going to get hit with the zombie infection. Now, there is no known cure for the zombie infection, but it can be slowed down with medicine. I think the idea here is that you're going to get infected eventually. It is inevitable, and you're also going to die in Afterlife. That is also inevitable. But on the topic of spoiled food, you can actually eat bad food, and you will not suffer any immediate consequences like you do with the water. Instead, you're going to get hit with food poisoning pressure. Now, how this works is that this will affect your vitality, and if your food poisoning pressure goes up to 100%, you're going to vomit the contents of your stomach, resulting in a full loss of food and hydration. So eating bad food is okay in a pinch, as long as you're paying attention to your food poisoning pressure and you don't allow that to hit 100%. And on the topic of death, if you thought that death was going to be a reprieve, think again. Deaths incur an instant negative 25% vitality penalty, and your infection will carry over. Eventually, you're going to unlock the distillery workstation. This is a must-have. Here you can input any type of dirty water, be it from jars or from these wooden buckets here. And by burning something inside the workstation, it will slowly produce distilled water within the station. It's basically like a forge. You're basically smelting water into the forge, and then you're going to craft jars of clean water out of it. And in my opinion, having several of these running at a time is going to be necessary for you in the long run. So as you can see now, my infection is starting to get way out of control, and it's now affecting my vision. And when the infection reaches 100%, you don't just die, you also become turned. Now back onto the water system. Dew collectors have been entirely reworked. They are now called rain collectors, which is, based on appearance, exactly what they are. You will need to set up a lot of these, and they will only produce dirty water while it's raining. The final addition to Afterlife that I want to touch on here today are the new enemies. Afterlife adds a variety of new zombies. Some are strong, some are weak, and the way that they spawn and interact with their surroundings is entirely different. I don't want to give too much away because it's kind of fun to explore and experience this on your own. And from what I've heard, there are plans to add many more types of new zombies in the future. I don't want to reveal too much. The devs have some surprises up their sleeves. From what I've been told, there are some significant changes to how Horde Night operates, so I didn't do any digging into that. I'm not going to spoil anything for you, and I didn't want to spoil it for myself, because I'm going to do a whole playthrough in Afterlife, and I hope that you'll join me for that. I'll put a little pin here for the playlist if you want to tune into that. Anyway, I hope you found this information helpful, and I will see you hopefully in the Afterlife.
Yeah, it was good. Thank you, Guns, Nerds, and Steel. I'd like to sub to your channel. Well, let's see him do it, I guess.
In the early days, Temcam and I were inseparable. We fought, bled, and survived together. But then came that day, the ambush that tore him from my side. When I finally tracked him down, I barely recognized him. His eyes, once filled with life, were hollow, like the world had drained everything good from him. And I begged him to come home with me, to remember who we were, what we meant to each other. And in a single heartbeat, my best friend became my worst enemy, and I watched as he disappeared into the sky. Years have passed since then, but the wound he left inside me never closed. I followed every whisper, every clue, and now, after all this time, I'm back on his trail. And this time, it's not a rescue. This time, it's a hunt. Alright, my friends, we are back in a fresh new region. Let's start by reading this guidebook that I found in the mailbox back there, and it might have some information that is specific to this area, so let's accept this and see what it says. Craft a fiber sling bag, it says. Should be easy enough. There ought to be some supplies and perhaps some enemies in here, but let's begin with the things outside and see if we can get some basic tools crafted. I do have this 9mm pistol and a pipe baton, as well as I am wearing some commando armor that I picked up at a military outpost earlier. And this book here was also in the mailbox out front. I'm kind of wondering though, if I scrap this, yeah, that's going to turn into literature fragments, which I might be able to repurpose into something a little bit more, should I say, relevant to the way that I want to survive here. Okay, let's get some plant fibers. Craft up the fiber sling bag. Equip that to the backpack slot. Rock and stone. Yep, basically craft yourself a Neolithic axe. There are some stones just over here that I can see. With a small stone, I can sharpen it to make a sharp small stone. And with the sharp small stone, I can chip off a large stone from that big boulder there. With a large stone, I can make a large, sharp stone. With the help of some sticks, I craft myself a stone axe. Next up are gathering some wood logs. The manual says place down 2 of them. Grab some stones. Campfire, pile of stuff, pile of food, and a bedroll. And now we need to get a metallic container with which to boil some resin. I reckon we can find one in here somewhere. Let's get inside. Just be mindful. We probably have some zombies in here. Oh, the front door is locked. Perhaps we're heading around back. Check the luggage here as well. Looks like someone was in a hurry to get out of here, but didn't quite make it. They must have been being chased out of the basement or something, which looks like an easy way to get inside. But I do want to check the vehicle just in case, I don't know, they had some bullets or something. And yeah, some motor oil, and that's about it. I guess I'll take it. It might have some utility, perhaps for like a Molotov or something. How about this stump here? Just some extra wood. Wood for burning, probably. And the garbage here? Some bones. Speaking of, and let's get ourselves a bone knife. Alright, here goes nothing. We're heading down into the basement. Yeah, I can hear some floorboards creaking and such. Let's just get back here and see if I can sneak up on this guy. CJ. Is there anyone else down here? Yeah, I can see somebody in the corner over there. Come on out here, CJ. Dead. And what about this guy over here? Oh, couple of guys. Steel Wolf. Looks like it's Mike over there. Increasing my combat skills. Yeah, I've gotten a little bit rusty, and this region seems to have some, whoa, kind of different looking zombies than what I'm used to. They're as soft as they've ever been, though. Basically checking every bit of garbage, and hang on a second, I can actually search here for some actually good, well-chopped wood, and I don't have to chop it any further. It's already been neatly stacked, so yes, give me all of this. It's going to be heavy, but we're going to have to burn a lot of wood for campfires and stuff, because otherwise I don't have any way to see, and I can't take that lantern with me. It appears to be glued down. Who would do such a thing? Inside the box, nothing. Inside the garbage, an old sham sandwich. Are we at all hungry? Yeah, 184 out of 200. I can get 15 out of this. It will give me a little bit of food poisoning. That's okay, though. I can eat it in moderation. I have to eat this the old-fashioned way with my bare hands. Yeah, see, food poisoning pressure is going up. It should go up to 30, right? That's what it said. And it's already going back down. Okay, as long as that doesn't get to 100, we are good. Dead. That was too easy. And oh, is there an attic here? Oh, there is an attic here, okay. Clear the area downstairs first, though. Good. Some food here. This might be good food. I can take it with me. Some dog food could be better. Cooking magazine, though. Maybe I can learn some recipes. Grilled corn, in fact. That's good. Got some cornmeal there. Some potatoes in the cupboard, and just a whole handful of cornmeal. I guess we'll see if that has any utility at all. All right, to the top. Is there anybody waiting for me up here? There is. Back downstairs. We've got a couple more, it looks like. Here we go. Oh, we're doing great, man. This baton, nice and solid. It's a good weapon. We do have the 9mm, though, if we need it. Try to save that for, like, you know, a dog or something just a little bit more dangerous. I'm becoming stronger already. Sham sandwich, man. Lots of protein in those things. Okay, what do we get up here in the main loot? A shotgun shell and a cooking pot. That's what we're here for predominantly. Crack.
You kind of lost me, but it's like, yeah, I like this game, but I've done it. Jim Sterling. Heartbreaker. It's just the most insulting crap. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Crabs don't have vaginas. Not technically, but if they did, they'd probably sound a lot like former Sony boss Chris Deering. Well, if crabs had vaginas and vaginas were also capable of speech, at least the crab ones. And you know what? I normally would feel compelled to apologise for having said something that was, let's be honest, complete and utter bollocks, but not this week. Not this week, because nothing I could say would be tantamount, would be comparable to the embarrassing bullshit that came out of Chris Deering's crab vagina. So, let's listen to an awful executive say some awfully executive things. Also, right, look, I've got a Gory Cuddly Carnage hoodie. Apparently, me really liking the game made the publisher quite happy about that. I don't know why. It's not like my words carry much weight anymore, but hey, it's alright, innit? Doesn't match the makeup job, but still gonna wear it anyway.
It really wasn't long ago that we looked at some overprivileged, labia-brained executive fuck-tunnel chatting utter bollocks about the obscene layoff epidemic that the tech sector has willfully triggered and continues to perpetuate. Now, I know this show likes to bang a lot of the same drums, but I'd usually not dip back into that particular well of shit so soon. I must, though, because the latest fecal dredging is too disgusting to let fester. And when I say disgusting, I really mean it. The words of former Sony Europe CEO Chris Deering are so offensive in their ignorance, so vicious in their callousness, so shockingly extreme in their thoughtlessness, they simply must be called out for what they are. Evil.
Evil.
What Chris Deering has said about the tens of thousands of people whose lives have been wrecked by layoffs his class of people have indulged in is, as far as I'm concerned, and without hyperbole, utterly fucking evil. He comes off like a bit of a twat.
I am ready to serve you, Master, and Satan.
They say, do not attribute to malice what you can to stupidity, and make no mistake, Chris Deering is stupid. He's a deeply stupid cunt. However, stupidity and malice aren't mutually exclusive things, and Chris Deering is, like everybody who's ever occupied the industry's upper echelons, a deeply stupid, malicious cunt. Now, if you don't know what he said and wonder if I may be being too harsh, well, let me give you a preview of what he thinks. He believes those who are laid off should just stop feeling sad about their livelihoods being
Stop
taken
feeling
away
sad.
and just
Buck up.
hang out on the beach for a year.
Hang out on
'Cause
the
from
beach.
his point of view, the layoffs aren't really all that big a deal. In his mind, layoffs are a lot like COVID, and when he says that, he doesn't mean both situations are shit. He literally thinks both of them aren't that big a deal. So yeah, just hang out on a beach for a year. That's something this loaded load of loads believes everyone can just do. He also shows much more sympathy for the executives who chose to lay off so many people rather than take a fractional pay cut they're too rich to miss. Because let's never forget, it's the executives who are the real victims, not their, victims. Now let's get into it, and seriously gang, brace yourselves. This scrotal clown only gets more shocking the longer he opens the anus below his nose. I don't think it's fair to say that the resulting layoffs have been greed, said Deering, already sounding like a moronic fantasist. I always tried to minimise the speed with which we added staff because I always knew there would be a cycle and I didn't want to end up having the same problems that Sony did in electronics.
Only the clown is impressed. The audience sees through everything that's happening.
What he's essentially saying here is that executives aren't greedy, they are instead stupid. And, well, considering he's one of them, it's hard not to agree with that. I mean, we just called him stupid earlier. But this is another situation where stupidity isn't a mutually exclusive state. Executives are very short-sighted, terminally incompetent, impulsive babies who never learn their lesson, and they absolutely have a cycle of hiring loads of people, then jettisoning them later. But that's business, baby, and that's how it's designed to work. As we've discussed on past shows, there's a reason layoffs typically happen in time for the latest financial report to investors. Say it with me, it's to perpetuate the big lie of perpetual growth. Companies need to tell those investors that they made more money than last time, and they're expected to do that every single time forever. If they make less, or even if they make the same amount and maintain a steady business, shareholders immediately act like the ship is sinking. So to keep that from happening, companies cut costs to keep the money looking good and inflated, and that is all these bastards see the human beings they employ as just another cost. Let's not forget that Microsoft's justification for layoffs earlier in the year
Let's see if I can sell the Bez. They're saying 16,410 immediate, and I can just pull 31 million. But if we go and look at the actual the market, yeah, 18,989 is actually what I can get. 18,989 and 18 at 18,989, not immediate, but in 3 months, right? That would be 68 million, or I can just reprocess it. Now, I'm just gonna remind myself that I've got reprocessing to 5, right? Or I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong thing. Reprocessing to 5, reprocessing efficiency to 5. Yes, I'm a max reprocessor. So let's reprocess. Okay, cool. There's 54 million in Isogen. Oops, no, stop. Now at immediate, I can get 49 for that, which was pretty good. So I can like pretty much like, you know, do really well there. There's a whole bunch of trit, 54 million megasite trit. Now I'll begin to take a look at making stuff. I guess we'll stick this away in industry mass because I don't need to sell it. I can just sell AUGs from faction warfare. Silicates, which are moon materials, so we're going to put those in industry mats. These are skins, I guess. Can we activate them? Yeah, activate those. Yeah, there we go. Nice. And all of this random stuff, I believe, actually sell. Or no, well, actually, the drones should just go in the drones. But yeah, all that stuff. I don't believe we actually need any of that, so I'm just gonna sell it all. Not the isogen, however. Yep, sell all that for 31 million. Yeah, good. What's going on now? Hello? In 2 hours, I have a lunch engagement, and I will have to pause my stream. But not for too long. Maybe an hour. Ah. Very good. Well, okay, my cooldowns are back up. I'm going to come back and I'm going to try that again. Hopefully with less aggro. To be very careful about this. Could die here. Ivar's head. I guess I'll use all the tools at my disposal here. I can get up into the barn, and I might be able to just assassinate his ass. Evasion the guards, kill them, and then run the slaves out. Oh, yeah. We'll take all of these. Look, they're easily killed.
Feel normal.
Yeah.
You receive loot, linen cloth.
I better pull that whole fucking barn. So, but it's safe over here, and we'll use this as a base to just draw them 1 or 2 at a time. Yep.
Aggro.
This is safe over here. I can run out. It's safe. I can, like, ditch out that direction, I think. What is shared bonds? Oh, so these do immobilize, so you can't run. You can't let them cast that. For some reason you didn't fire, and it was good that you didn't. You better pull him.
Aggro. You receive loot. Linen cloths 2. You loot 23 copper. Aggro.
Nope.
You receive loot. Worn mail vest. You receive loot. Linen cloths 3.
Okay, so we're gonna try and clear all the stuff around. So if
Aggro.
I have to run out... Oh, yeah, did I pull 2? I might have. Oh, no, I didn't get to. Yeah, we're just gonna pull all of them 1 by 1. So any aggro, any possible aggro is just dead. Full dead. Long enough for me to get in there and fucking murder whoever it is.
You loot 20 copper. Aggro.
We're gonna stay out to error on the side of maybe, you know, not getting extra aggro.
You loot 21 copper.
Lance at the room. I remember this room, and it's nasty. I've got to kill him if I can get him.
Aggro.
And I might have to, like, zone them. Sorry, leash them. I probably will have to leash them, but that's alright. I can leash them, you know. Yeah, I can just leash them, I think. Yep, leash all of them. Did I get my target? I don't think I did. I don't think I got the target. Oh, no. No, what's this, though? Wait. What? Oh, no. Are you going to let me out of this? Oh, you are. Okay, good. I was like, what? So we see that that's viable, and we can leash them. I need to... And already we're getting repops, which is so annoying. Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. I'm not getting repops now. So, okay. We're going to try again. I want to pull the boss.
Aggro.
Oops. But here, maybe I got them apart.
You receive loot. Linen cloths 2.
I want to just kill the boss. That's enough? Yeah, it's probably enough. I just want to kill the boss. I'm gonna kill the slave.
Aggro.
And just evasion, just up at high health, yeah. Damn it, I didn't want to do it that way, but that's okay. I want to bring him out because the probably the likelihood of aggro is high, but I got to make the kill before I get the aggro, and preferably heal. Do I have aggro? I don't have aggro, so good. I'm gonna full heal.
You loot 15 copper.
This is dangerous what I'm doing. Very dangerous. I shouldn't have tried, honestly. I shouldn't have tried. It's a very bad hardcore quest. Lots of chain aggro, but... Okay, Ivar's head.
Thank you. You have my gratitude, adventurer, and I will include you in the report I make to my superiors.
Yeah, I'll take that, yeah. Nice.
Experience gained, 675. Received 3 silver, 50 copper.
Okay, so now we do the Dead Fields, Essence of Nightlash, which is like... Where is that one? It's like... Where is Dead... Oh, yeah, Dead Lash. Yeah, the Essence of Nightlash. So that's down the road and then south and then to the cemetery. Right on. I didn't fuck up there and I played it well, and that's how you got to do hardcore. You really can't rush. You can't not kill all of them. You have to kill all of them, get in there, kill the boss, and get out. Fast, too. Soon I'll have 12 gold and I'll just buy a full litany of level 13 gear with it. It'll probably be 4 gold to do too, but I'm gonna buy like a lot of fucking gear. Well, really, with the 12 gold, I should buy bags for the bank. Honestly, I should probably buy bags for the bank so it can just store. She can store. Buy like 8 bags and 2 gold a pop. Yeah, that might be a better investment for the pop, actually. The more I invest into the bank, the more likely I think my hardcore character will do to survive. The roguelike element of the bank is very good. It's a really good...
You receive loot. Stringy wolf meat.
Yeah. Really good
You receive
premise.
Loot. Ruined leather scraps. Aggro. You receive loot, bear meat. You receive loot, light leather. Aggro.
company needed to grow, not stay the same, not stay as massively successful as it already is. We need to grow. It's all about just more. Meanwhile, the executives who keep making the decisions Deering basically admits are short-sighted mistakes continue to pay themselves millions of dollars a year, never once considering that perhaps they're the ones costing the company a massive amount of money, rather than the people whose work brought in all the money to begin with. All to please an obscenely wealthy group of shareholders who get upset if their already vast wealth isn't literally growing forever. You know what that sounds like to me? It sounds an awful lot like greed. Don't worry though, it's gone and blamed all of you as well. If the money isn't coming in from the consumers on the last game, it's going to be hard to justify spending the money for the next game. Yeah, that's right, you bloody monsters didn't buy Concord, so Sony's recent layoffs really are your fault, aren't they?
Okay, I see him.
Fuck off, Deering, you toad in a tie. How actually dare you? I'm sick to death of executives refusing to take responsibility for their own shit. They certainly give themselves performance bonuses when the games made by other people perform well, but when a big fuck up occurs, a big fuck up that's usually caused by fucked up leadership, they always blame something else and pass the consequences of their own behaviour onto others. What's worse, we've only this year seen studios make successful games and still get closed down, so let's stop with the dishonest claims that layoffs are all about sales. Layoffs happen regardless of success, and sometimes to keep the growth myth going, layoffs will happen because of success. Bellend. Now I realise the arguments I've just used will be ones that my regular viewers would have heard me bring out on more than one occasion, but that's part of the point. I've got this shit down to a science now, but the fact arguing against this man's crap is so easy makes me actively angry. Like, it makes me angrier that dismantling his bullshit is easier than having a wank. You could say both come naturally. It pisses me off because it just goes to show how unbothered by the truth men like him are. They've never had to answer the things I bring up. They've been able to spout the same propaganda for years, unchallenged by those in a position to challenge.
13.
And it's always the same litany of excuses and lies. They've never had to evolve or refine or change a damn thing about their bullshit.
Nope, they haven't. They just get to take our money and ignore our complaints. Yep. Fuck them.
They just give executives a platform to repeat the lies over and over.
Yep.
Speaking of which, here comes Deering with more unforgivably unchallenged crap. I think it's probably very painful for the managers, but I don't think that having skill in this area is going to be a lifetime of poverty or limitation. It's still where the action is, and it's like the pandemic. But now you're going to have to take a few, figure out how to get through it, drive an Uber or whatever. Go off to find a cheap place to live and go to the beach for a year.
Nice, not
but
bad.
keep up with your news and keep up with it, because once you get off the train, it's much harder. What? There it is. One of the most staggeringly insulting statements I've ever witnessed pouring out of the rotting brain of an industry leader. And this is an industry where abusive psychologically and physically damage overworking was labelled BioWare magic! This cunt. We can leave the skeleton warriors out of it right now. This cunt who quote-unquote works jobs that pay millions has the absolute shitting temerity, the bold bollocksed fanny-flapping gall to lecture others on how to cope with losing their income while telling them to find a cheap place to live. People losing their jobs and the COVID epidemic do have one thing in common. The greed-fueled executive class made the situation worse to serve themselves.
Yeah, I mean,
but of course,
it's true.
that's not what Deering means. What Deering means is, well, it's just... his sentiment is just...
So why do you pay these executives rather than making the game better? Bring somebody in during crunch time to help you and just take the stress off you entirely. Why do you pay these executives to sit around in their office and do what? Do what? I know they keep a power structure going. I guess they do things. It's good to have them, I guess, but it's, yeah, I don't know. Wouldn't it be better to just sort of dump that money into more development? I don't know. It's just kind of weird. Like pay the developers well, but why not just buy more developers? Why pay all those executives that do nothing? Torgo's executive powder.
Fucked up. And I wish that were the most offensive part, I really do, but sadly that's just par for the course when it comes to overpaid sentient rectums like him, so privileged as to be out of touch with real problems, so entitled as to dispense their useless answers to said problems anyway.
I don't have to put up with this. I'm rich.
Useless is the word, too. As I've been saying recently, it's fucking ironic that men like him get to decide who's redundant when the executive class is one of the least needed things any society could burden itself with. And I say that as someone who makes fucking YouTube videos. I guarantee you I've done more societal
This is
good
precisely
than
the
him.
spell I was
Quest accepted.
Certainly
Arugos
cracked
fully.
a lot of eggs.
If
Right
your
now, here,
dedication
it's
to the
just
Dark
cracking what's
Lady's
left of my
cause
fucking
remains
sanity.
infallible,
But
you
yeah,
will
as well
find
as
you
his
have quite a
stunningly
future
fucked up
amongst the
COVID
Forsaken.
comparisons, he really thinks
After
that everyone
examining
in the
Ooh, 12 gold.
just
Worst
afford
suspicions
to
were
wait
confirmed.
it out.
The old
Wait
hack
it out
was not
until
qualified
what?
to clean
The
chamber
cycle
pots
of
in
mass
Dalaran,
hiring and
let alone
firing
represent
that he
the
said was a
Kirin
bad
Tor in its
thing
most dire
just
hour.
begins anew? Do we
Fools,
wait until
Arugel
companies
used
stop doing
And I'm
enchanted
level
what they
14.
items
can
to
replace
reinforce
jobs
his weak
permanently
magic.
with
I need to examine these items firsthand, travel forth, and slay Moonrage.
Treat yourself, 2024. I'm gonna go blow so much money. Treat yourself.
For my research.
New swords.
The foul
Treat
creatures have been
yourself.
seen to the
New
north and
armor.
east.
Treat yourself. Treat yourself, 2024. 12 gold out of nowhere. Yeah, treat yourself. I'm gonna get new armor, new weapons, new potions, new training. Gonna break all the other training that I need to do, professions and all that stuff. And then, yeah, and I'm just gonna try to use this to make this character successful. Very strong character with nice swords and such, yes. Honestly, I could even buy leather, I suppose. I could buy leather and turn it into things and turn the things into enchanting mats and turn the enchanting mats into more money. That's something I can do. Storage is a thing. So we might just buy bags. Maybe I should just buy 8 bags at 2 gold a pop. Or whatever, or can I even do that? No. No. I don't even think I can reach that. Bags would be super nice. But no, I think I'll have to do a balanced approach of trying to buy cheap stuff. Enough stuff to really solve a lot of problems, but yeah.
AI because they hate paying people? Do we wait until the game industry magically
Oh yeah, I got a
stops being
point.
such an unsustainable wreck that literally gets harder to survive in every fucking year? Wait until what, Chris? Wait until what? Because I've been doing this shit for a long time, you mewling ball of matted dog fur, and let me tell you, it is not getting better, and if you knew anything about the industry, which people in your pay bracket don't,
Should know.
you'd know this shit is not getting better. It has never gotten better, and it's your fault. It's not the consumers who didn't buy enough games. It's the fault of assholes like you. What people like Chris Deering don't understand is that unlike him, real people can't just invent positions of power for themselves and their rich mates. What this flesh diaper can't comprehend is that unlike him, there are no golden parachutes for those who lost their jobs. Sorry, let me rephrase that. There are no golden parachutes for those whose jobs were taken. Their severance packages are a sliver of a fraction what a man like Deering gets when he leaves a position he failed upwards into and literally cashes out. If you can think someone who has to do real work to survive can just hang out on the beach for a year until it all blows over, you are so far removed from people, so unable to relate to them, that you're practically detached from reality, at least the reality 99% of the world lives in. If you believe you can make up the shortfall of losing a full-time career by taking a little job driving for Uber, you literally don't comprehend the value of money anymore, which is a symptom of having access to so much of it that it's become meaningless.
Indeed.
It is, to you specifically, no object. This is a man who ran Sony Europe. This is what the people in positions of lucrative authority think and say. He's not been the only one to spout such garbage either. He's just spouted it the most offensively, and I have to ask, how on God's green earth are they qualified for their positions? Like, on a practical level, I don't care about whatever degrees they have. I want to know what knowledge they possess, what skills they've demonstrated that make them uniquely suited to be industry leaders. Steering has shown that he can't relate to employees. He doesn't realise the impact of layoffs.
Yay,
He
new
doesn't even
Sinister
understand
Strike.
what money is. Unable to grasp its value to such an extreme degree
Oh, yeah, and grew
that
up.
he thinks
Yeah.
Uber pays its drivers enough for a 12-month seaside holiday. Like, holy fuck. That men like him are at the wheel of this business is terrifying. It's legitimately terrifying.
Agreed.
A theme running through my
Absolutely.
work lately is that those least qualified to run the video game industry are the ones currently running it into the ground. Everything game execs have said and done over the years only backs that up. It's hardly any wonder publishers do really stupid shit and constantly repeat history when they're this isolated from a real world where consequences exist. A world where people have actual problems and money means something. No wonder they all jumped on the live service bandwagon despite how blatantly unsustainable it was to flood the market with that many high player investment games. They don't understand consequences. They think anyone can just hang out on a beach with all the time in the world. It's no wonder they embraced the obvious grift of NFTs and they were left holding the bag when they couldn't pass the scam down the pyramid to us. They're so fucking blinkered, so obsessed with short-term gains and too fucking dumb to consider the long-term impact of their get-rich-quick schemes. It's no wonder they give developers unreasonable deadlines and have unrealistic expectations of success, because reason and reality are completely fucking alien to them. It's no wonder that everybody repeats that famous Yahtzee phrase or lets all laugh at an industry that never learns anything.
I had nothing to do with
The
wars and
industry is
plagues.
run
I never
by
asked to become
fucking
this.
chimpanzees
Now
in
that my
business
mind's
suits.
my own again,
And as
I'm
soon as
not
that came
about
out
to
of my
surrender
mouth, I
without a
felt
fight.
compelled to apologise to chimps everywhere. A chimp can sit there flicking its own shit up the walls, but at least it won't say anything embarrassing. We all agree that this is an industry that never learns anything, and Chris Deering's words demonstrate exactly why. Executives are thick. It truly is that simple. These overpaid, underqualified,
I think they're dumb.
thoroughly
Yeah, I think
detached
so.
morons are just too thick to learn a damn thing. I repeat
Yeah.
that this is terrifying. A billion-dollar industry is being run by people so detached and thick they don't even know what money is. And tens of thousands of livelihoods are attached to the impulsive, clueless, flailing decisions of these cruel, heartless, evil fucking cretins. It is terrifying.
You receive item. Horse threads 20. You create embossed leather boots. You create embossed leather
Chris
boots.
Deering, Total Pillock. Now, obviously, I had many
embossed leather
requests to do this one this week, and by many I mean I saw at least one. So I hope that was edifying. I did very legitimately lose my rag during the recording of that. I have a policy to not get too angry, too emotional when I perform in front of a camera, but I truly did get fucking furious.
Yeah, I did too.
About Chris Deering.
Yep.
You know, I'm always angry.
Fucking
when I talk
executives
about
are a
justice,
goddamn
but I'm
joke.
Talking about just what was said and the sheer arrogant ignorance of it that drove me up the fucking wall. And unfortunately, like I said, this is how these people think. This is what they say. Maybe not so
I can train you in first aid
overtly
techniques.
as Chris, but we've seen from their statements, from their attitudes, from their actions, just how callous, awful, and fucking inept they are. And yes, it is scary, but yes, you can thank God for me. It's got that new hoodie smell and everything.
Diablo 4's Last Chance from Force Gaming. Okay.
So Diablo 4's first major expansion launches in just a few weeks, and I think it's safe to say this is Diablo 4's last chance. Yeah, the last one.
Last
Following
hurrah.
all the preceding last chances and prior to all the forthcoming last chances. Anyway, in all seriousness, Vessel of Hatred will for sure mark a big moment for the game.
Vessel of Hatred. Yeah, I would say that's kind of,
considering what is easily Diablo 4's biggest direct competition, Path of Exile, will be launching their highly anticipated sequel just
I can't believe Path of Exile 2 is going sequel. Did they change anything?
A few weeks later.
Is it 3D? Does it have a camera? What did they change? It's the exact same game, isn't it? It's gonna be the exact same game.
Which ultimately...
You can't pay me to play isometric fucking ARPGs. I just can't. I will not do it. No. No thanks. No thanks. Industry mass. Now, where am I now? Oh, yeah, I came here and I'm supposed to initialize the lures at the extermination site, which are... You...
Activate additional signal sources to initiate extermination protocols.
I've got to memorize this one. Yeah, I went the wrong way, huh? That's okay. Three, 4, 5. I swear to God, it actually performs better in higher graphics. It's weird. 6.
Components engaged. Activating targeting protocols. Please stand by.
Okay, so now we plot course to... Oops.
Attention users. Temperature approaching unsafe levels. Action required.
Oh God, am I in the right set? I fucking hope so. Show me. Yeah, I'm in the right set. Die, mole miner.
Temperature anomaly corrected. Resuming remote connection. Immediate repair requested. Issuing user notice. Signal connection unavailable. Amplitude boost requested.
Retreat to a safe distance. Nice. Yeah, this one's so easy. Welch. Welch is a good one. Okay, Welch. So now I am looking for... What have I been hauling? It's like... oh yeah, I've been hauling all of this mechs, or well, stack. Yeah, trit. So let's go look at personal assets for tritanium. And we've been going to Isanaka. There we go. And then we'll be coming back here. Yeah, we Gucci. Go.
Orbital strike.
Autopilot engaged.
Elimination of remaining hostile targets. Authorized.
Wipe out the single remaining enemy.
Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh yeah, what are you? Is it RNG? I think it probably is. What? Oh no, that's a player. Wait, why am I chasing that player? Oops.
AFK, away from keyboard.
Yay, 198. I'm 2 levels from getting my perk card. And then I will go custom, I guess. And complete the entire fucking game in custom, I think is what I want to do.
Should work out perfectly. Peering into my crystal ball here, I predict that a lot of people will play the Diablo 4 expansion for a few weeks, finishing up with plenty of time before Path of Exile 2 launches,
4.
and then they'll play that.
Ugh.
Funny
hey, look, it's kind of cute how you spin the camera in the CGI shot, but you can't do that in the game.
How the timer works out here, yeah. Now, it's pretty safe to say that everyone who's been coming back to play Diablo 4 for each season, they are most certainly buying the expansion, right? The real big question, I think, though, is does Vessel of Hatred have enough new and interesting content to entice all those players who haven't touched the game since launch, which is a majority of them who were there at launch by taking a look at the game's popularity at the time compared to where it sits now? Or, to put it more succinctly, is there enough here to bring you back? Would you be interested in returning to D4? To help answer that question, there's 3 main things for us to take a look at. First, of course, there is all the new content and features that are explicitly coming with the expansion itself. But then on top of that, there's the base game update, which comes with its own host of updates in patch 2.0. And then finally, the brand new season that the expansion will be launching in tandem with. Each one of these things comes with various new additions, improvements, and changes to Diablo 4. And again, is there enough here to bring people back? Well, let's try to figure that out, shall we? So starting with the expansion, Vessel of Hatred, the bullet point feature list here includes, there's a brand new class, the new locations, i.e. a new zone that has several areas to it. There's the Mercenary Companions edition, or the Return of Mercenaries, and then a new endgame group focused on content. So the new class is called the Spiritborn, and it is described as an agile, mobile apex predator of the jungle. They use glaives, quarterstaffs, and pole arms with attacks that are infused by these ancestral spirit
Spin that
guardians.
camera,
So
jackasses.
he summons big, ghostly animal creatures. There are 4 spirits in total. Each one of them have their own different focus, really, with their own abilities and effects. So the Eagle skills are all about precision, impact, and quickly moving around the battlefield.
Don't
Centipede
care.
skills
Why are you adding stuff to Diablo that wasn't always there? I guess you can do that, but it's like, why? Why do that?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
with also having poison damage over time effects. The Jaguar skills are quick, hard-hitting, and infused with fire, and then Gorilla skills are mostly tanky, a lot of defensive boost, as well as some supportive damage. So players can pick and choose the skills from the 4 different Guardians as they please, as you would assume, just like with every class in the game. You can pick some skills from this, pick some skills from that. You're able to mix and match whatever you like. Blizzard has described the general play style. I know it looks like a monk with some druid stuff in it, right? But they've described it as having the speed and agility of the rogue, while being physically brutal like the barbarian, and layered with fantastical effects similar to the sorcerer. Funny how they don't even mention the druid, even though there's like a direct tie-in to animal like connections, but whatever. The class mechanic of the Spiritborn is called the Spirit Hall. This lets you pick which of the 4 spirits you want to align with or specialize in. Again, we're seeing a lot of parallels to the druid here, granting a unique passive buff and then turning all of your skills into skills of that guardian. So there's 4 to choose from. Each one of these gives a special boost, and then all the skills that you cast while you're specializing in that guardian are of that guardian.
Silver.
And then also the ultimates. There's an ultimate for each spirit guardian where you essentially summon them right up into the battlefield, and they do some sort of big special attack. So that's new class. Then we got the new area. This is a new region called Nahantu. It consists of 6 large separate areas, 4 of which are the steep jungle. The other 2 are the sprawling red rock canyons. Now in the recent PTR, we actually got to take a look at the size of Nahantu. We saw the map area in which the playable space is going to be, and it seems to be slightly bigger than any of the previous zones from the base game. Not bigger than all of them combined, but if you take any individual zone from the base game, looks like Nahantu is a little bit bigger than those. At least that's how it looks at first glance. There's a few new enemy types in here. There are the Hollows, these tar creatures born of hell, the Dregs, these mutated humans tripping on poison plants apparently, and the Lacunae are back, but now transformed and reimagined from when we last saw them. Now, I'll be honest though, you could have told me that all 3 of these were factions that were in the base game, and I would have believed you, but that's just a consequence of this being an ARPG where everything dies in 1 to 2 hits. Your screen's constantly exploding, so I don't know. You could have told me the Dregs and the Hollows were in the D4, and I would have been like, yeah, oh yeah, I remember them. Either way though, yes, there's a new zone, and with that, there are 6 new areas, new enemies to fight, and of course, we are expecting all of the major things are going to be here as well. Various points of interest. There will be the dungeons, there will be a couple strongholds, public events, there will be the Lilith altars for us to run around collecting, and there will most likely be a world boss, or at least looks like the map has a spot for a world boss. I don't believe they've officially announced that there will be one as of yet. Mercenaries, they are back. These are AI companions that you can enlist to aid you in combat. You will unlock them as you progress through the expansions campaign, and 4 of them in total for you to choose from. The first one you're going to come across is Rahir the tank. He's a defensive fighter who helps soak up damage. Then there is Subo the archer. It's range support and utility. Varyana is a Zerker, melee fighter, brawler right up in the action. And then Aldkin is a demon fire mage kind of a thing with all sort of demonic fiery abilities. Now with the mercenaries, they actually have this additional system. So besides having a mercenary by your side, they also have this reinforcement system, which sounds kind of neat. Basically, you can attach a merc's skill to one of your skills. So they showed an example.
I'm gonna keep 2 gold and send the other 250 to the bank.
Bid accepted. You won an auction
and
for small silk pack.
The bank can do the same thing. Buy 10 slaughters. You know.
Bid accepted.
Look, I'm gonna get finally some inventory.
Short Sword of Stamina. You receive item, Northern Short Sword of Power. You receive item, Pioneer Tunic of Agility. You receive item, Ceremonial Leather Harness. You receive item, Light Leather Pants. You receive item, Gloves of the Fang. You receive item, Small Silk Pack. You receive item, Small Silk Pack. You receive item, Small Silk Pack. You receive item, Small Silk Pack.
Much better. And then, yeah, actually, I might just spend the gold on the character. I don't know. We'll see. So bring this down over here. We want to definitely purchase that and that. That's too much. So, and then we've got to stuff 10 slaughters and the 8 slaughter. I think I've got an 8 slaughter here, don't I? I thought I had another one. No, I have 4 6 slaughters. So technically I should buy one more 10 slaughter for the bank. So I can just stuff these greens in here so I don't have to fucking like send them all the time because that's expensive. mean, I guess I could just buy greens and switch to enchanting right now. Or I could buy leather. I suppose I could buy leather. We're going to sell all that stuff, I guess. But we're going to send it to the bank to do it. Okay, so I came here to do... repair rover, yeah. So...
Autopilot jumping.
Alright, so... Oh, what's this now? Okay.
Warping to
Please
Stargate.
fire. Please
Warp
fire.
drive
Please switch
active.
weapons and fire. Please fire. So annoying, but I'd rather not die. Love the way that looks. It's actually fucking dope. I'm out. I dumped my... Why did I put my ammo away? That's dumb. Oh, repair the rover.
Approaching Stargate.
Damn Annihilator. Yeah, this is for you. I'm about to do this to you. Yeah. You ready? Ah. I cannot fire most of the time. You're driving me crazy. God damn it. I think it's because I'm carrying the flamethrower. Die, fucker.
Autopilot jumping.
So annoying. Stop, you.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
God damn it, you are so annoying. Daisy cutter time. Nope. How did that miss? Cannot move. I am stuck. I cannot move. Ugh.
Approaching Stargate.
You are so annoying. Damn it. Did they kill him? They killed him. This was way too hard for one person. God damn it. I'm just gonna, like, leave. Go take that dude's thing.
Autopilot jumping.
Aww. I'm always over encumbered all the time.
Warping to Stargate.
God damn
Warp drive
inventory
active.
problems. Well, at least I'll make up for all that steel I just spent. Oh, quad Blackbunder. No, don't scrap. Blackbunder blunderbuss. It's 200 damage. 300% ammo capacity. What does that mean?
You are now AFK, away
capacity
from
is 4. 25% action point cost. Chance to hit a target in VATS. Ooh, that's a kind of a cool weapon. Let's switch it out for this guy. The Gunther's is good, but it's not strong enough. Let's try you for a little while. Look, the reload's fast. Oh, you have to reload it? Oh, wow. Wait, you can load it 4 times? So does it fire all 4?
Stargate.
No, you can fire it 4 times. Cool, it is a really good weapon. But the other one isn't, now that I've seen this one. So, let's put away the 2-shot dragon. Yep. And, but oh yeah, this quad black is 3. Yeah, 3's good. And then, do you have any 45 ammo or whatever? Nope, I guess not. I'll have to go home to the ammo machine, which is so stupid. That's okay.
Example of a rogue player, whenever they cast rapid fire, it would use the Zerker skill, they would show up doing their whirlwind. Presumably how this will work is you can have, say, the archer as your companion, but then you can attach one of the other 3 mercenaries' abilities through this, what is it called again? Through the reinforcement system, you could attach abilities of mercenaries besides the one who you have actively following you to then have them show up and use their abilities when you use certain abilities. This actually sounds pretty neat. Mercenaries will have a skill tree like they have in the past, but it's going to have a bit more customization than what we saw in D3, where you just leveled it up a few times and then selected from a couple options. This time there's actually a skill tree with 2 branching paths that give you a little bit more customization for your mercenaries. Then lastly, the other big feature and content inclusion is what's called the Dark Citadel. This appears to be the one big new type of content that's coming with Vessel of Hatred. Like, obviously the new zone is new and the new enemies are new and the new things within them are new, but in terms of a type of content, this is the one new one that we're getting, Dark Citadel. It is a large co-op endgame dungeon designed for groups of 4 players. So beyond having challenging enemies and boss encounters that will ideally take multiple people to take on, there's going to be mechanics that require groups. So these include things like puzzles that you can't do solo. They showed an example with a 1 player standing on a pressure plate that opens a door, then the other teammates go through that open door, step on a pressure plate on the other side, and then that opens the door for the first player to finally be able to pass through. You couldn't do that by yourself, so it's requiring multiple people. It's requiring coordination. They've also said bosses will have mechanics that require coordination as well, like stacking up and soaking damage from attacks that would one-shot a single player but would then be split between multiple, or reflecting attacks back on the boss, or say soaking up orbs to prevent the boss from getting buffs, and there's too many orbs for 1 player to do, so you need multiple people. That's the kind of things they can do. So many possibilities here. They can just pull from basically the past 30+ years of MMO dungeon encounters to look for mechanics that require player coordination. I mean, it's Blizzard, so they need look no further than World of Warcraft. There's plenty of really cool encounter design things and ideas that they can use here. The Dark Citadel is going to have armor sets for every class that's themed after bosses in the Citadel, which is neat. And there's also going to be a unique currency used to purchase cosmetics exclusive to the Citadel. Now, I will add here, far as we know, far as I've read and seen and everything I've watched about this, it looks like there's one of these group focus endgame dungeons. It's called the Dark Citadel. That's the name of the dungeon itself. It's not the name of a new endgame system that comes with multiple dungeons for us to play through. So yes, it seems like one Dark Citadel, one new type of content, one area. That is what we're getting. And to go along with this new group-centric activity, they're adding a party finder to the game. This will let you search for players doing things like the Dark Citadel, but also there's going to be categories for just regular dungeons, for season events, for world explorations, for boss fights, and then just for any sort of group you want to form. It's worth noting as well, this is not a hit queue and randomly get matched with a group feature that puts you for that activity. It is a search for an invite from a large list feature of the activity you want to look for. And then also, how could I forget, rune words are finally making their way into the game. This was something we knew about early on in Diablo 4's development. It didn't make its way into launch. It is now coming with this expansion. Although a bit different from how it was in D2. Rune words in Diablo 4 are split into two categories called Ritual and Invocation. So you pair these together in your items. They replace the gems in open sockets on items. And it is a builder-spender system, essentially. So the ritual runes are what you do
log out
to
just
build
to stop
a
her
new
voice.
resource called Offering. So some examples of different rituals. You'll build Offering by traveling 5 meters, by standing still, by using cooldowns, by dealing damage, by casting Evade, by inflicting crap.
So I don't think I want to carry around this flamethrower anymore. I barely use it, and it's nice, but it doesn't work well enough to heal me. I think carrying stim packs around is just better. So I'm going to dump all of this fuel, and it was fun to use it, but I'm going to leave this thing behind. It's really not pulling its weight. And so, and the daisy cutter, oh no, yeah, the daisy cutter doesn't weigh anything. So, oh, and I have all these things. I'm just going to put them away too for a rainy day or whatever. Yep. I like the new black powder that I pulled. And I need 45 while I'm here. 45. Yeah, I need like, I don't know. I don't know why you put my 45 away. It seems dumb. Yeah. There. Why did you put my 45 away? It's weird. Like I like Gunther's Big Iron. It's actually a good weapon. 46 rounds. No, a little bit more than that. Like another 72 or something. Yeah. And then... But yeah, I'm going to retire this.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Yeah, the Vampire's Voltec short flamer.
Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested.
And it has good reload speed, but it's still like an annoying weapon to use.
Disabled. Waypoint reached.
So I'm going to re-change how I look at this. We're going to do Gunther's Big Iron on the 3. And there's the blunderbuss. I want that on 4. I want to put the Ticket to Revenge on that, and I want to put you here, and you, and you. First we want the anti-armor Fat Man, and then the Daisy Cutter. That's a frag, but we're using like pulse, I guess, yeah. And then so I think in or well, let's see if I pulled up any food. Yeah, grilled rad stack. There we go. Company T. There we go. And then we'll dump all of our food. Okay, and then let's see. What time is it? It is 11 o'clock. Okay, good. Got a little bit of time. So I come to. Oh, I need to buy I need to buy another 10 slaughter for the bank, so I can just stuff those greens and just keep stuffing it with leatherworking and then transition, right? Container, bags, those silk bags, they weren't that bad of a deal.
Bid accepted.
Yep.
You won an auction for small silk pack.
Yep. So then, oh, I gotta go get the bag.
Crowd control, etc., etc. And then that is paired with an invocation rune, and that is an ability that will automatically trigger when you reach a certain offering threshold. So, for example, the Ohm invocation rune for 500 offering, you will cast Barbarian's Enhanced Warcry. The Vex one costs 400 and will give you +3 to all skills for 5 seconds. Scar costs 25 and you gain 2.5 crit chance for 5 seconds, stacking up to 25%. And then Zahn costs 700 offering, and it makes it so that the next skill you cast is guaranteed to critical strike and overpower. Now, what is interesting here is that many invocation runes are also class-specific abilities, like the one that makes you cast Barbarian's Enhanced Warcry, or there's one that makes it so that your next evade is instead a Sorcerer's Teleport. But these are not restricted to those classes. So what that means is that you can use these class abilities via these invocation runes to give yourself, for example, a Barbarian who can teleport. Really pretty neat, honestly. Although the big thing worth remembering is that these do in fact take up gem slots, so the trade-off that you're making has to account for the loss in stats and bonuses that you get from what otherwise would be gems in those slots. We'll see how it all works out. Oh, and then pets are in the game as well. Technically, they're not expansion specific. They're actually there right now. In fact, if you logged into Diablo 4 and walked over to Kyovashad, there's a faithful companion quest line where you get a dog pet. So the pets here in D4, they're working just like they did in Diablo 3. They run around and they pick up currency and materials for you. They'll pick up gold, ore, herbs, crafting mats for gun souls, obol, cinders, gem fragments. You know, it's also, of course, going to be another thing that's in the cash shop. I think there are already pets in the cash shop, or there are pets specific to the expansion, but yeah, whatever, of course, right? Okay, so that is basically everything that's like expansion specific, I guess, except for the pets, right? But then there's also patch 2.0, and patch 2.0 is going to be a base game changes. Even if you didn't buy the expansion and you came back, this is the sort of stuff that you would see. So there's going to be a leveling adjustment happening. The level 100 character cap is now being cut in half to 50 and then being bumped up 10 levels for the expansion. So say, for example, if you have a level 100 character right now and you logged in after patch 2.0, they would be a level 50 character. Then when the expansion comes out, we'll be leveling from 50 to the new cap of 60, and in that process gaining an additional 10 skill points over what we currently have. And then after 60, it's all going to be Paragon points that you're earning. So this level cap reduction also comes with a stat squish. Numbers across the board are having their baselines dropped, but this doesn't mean that you're dealing less damage or taking more damage beyond any balance tweaking that might happen. It just means that all the numbers are being lowered proportionally. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's something like if you had 14,000 life, you might log in and have like 150 life. It is a massive stat squish from what we have now at 100 to 50, and then the stats are going to be going up quite a bit from 50 to 60, but they're just bringing all the numbers down across the board, but it's all proportional, so there's the thing. Big sweeping changes to how difficulty works. So the world tier system and the accompanying capstone dungeons, those are gone. The whole thing is scrapped. Basically, it's been replaced with just a new difficulty progression. So you'll start out at normal, and then as you play the game, leveling from 1 to 60, you'll, in the process, unlock hard, expert, and penitent along that way. And then above penitent, you start to unlock torment levels 1 through 4, and you do that by clearing levels in the pit. So clearing tier number 20 will unlock torment 1 for you, and then you go all the way up to pit tier 65, and that is when you will unlock torment level 4. This is sort of like the Diablo 3 difficulty settings, just reimagined and respecified to Diablo 4. Paragon system is getting a revamp with changes to how we level glyphs, so rather than feeding them experience, we basically get a % chance to upgrade after every run, and then that % chance gets lower the higher and higher the glyph actually gets. Each class is also going to be getting 1 entirely new Paragon board to pick from, and then also you're going to have 5 boards max that you can choose. They're making further adjustments to items. I feel like this happens every time I talk about Diablo 4, but yes, item stuff is changing. So ancestral items will now start dropping in torment current one, and they are now always going to have at least one greater affix on them, and they will also always be item level 800. Then sacred items, those are no longer dropping, they're just not a thing anymore. And in patch 2.0, they're also adding some brand new mythics, uniques, and legendary aspects to the base game. There are new skills, specifically one new active skill for every class, as well as 5 new passive skills for every class. That party finder thing that I mentioned, I made a mistake. It's actually not technically tied specifically to the expansion. Party Finder is going to be in patch 2.0 as part of the base game as well. And then also patch 2.0, like happens nearly every big patch, it comes with a long list of balance adjustments and tweaking for each and every class. There's also a bunch of new quality of life features, so players can now select their preferred town portal. You basically favorite the one that you like, and then whenever you TP, it will bring you back to that town, not just the major town of the
TP for my
area that
bunghole.
you're currently within. They're adding a separate additional inventory tabs for dungeon keys, as well as socketable items. They're giving us +1 stash tab for free. They're not charging. So far, so good. Wardrobe is no longer a place you actually need to go to in town. It's just going to be accessible from anywhere in your character UI. And they've also toned back the red overcast in Helltides. Since players were spending so much time there, constantly in Helltides, leveling up, grinding resources, all that. They're like, most people were spending most of their time just staring at a red environment. So they toned back the red so that we see more variety, even though we're constantly going to be in Helltides still, most likely. And then in addition to all of this is the new season, like we mentioned. So we know the name. Season 6 is called Season of Hatred. That will be launching in tandem with Vessel of Hatred. And some listed highlights came out from the PTR. On the select screen, we saw that the Season of Hatred is going to have us encountering creatures twisted by the ichor of Mephisto's hatred. We will have to slay realm walkers to access these hell portals, and then delving into said portals will give us powerful buffs, whatever any of that means. No specifics here known beyond that basic descriptors, and also these realm walkers that are attempting to, quote, spread Mephisto's influence across Sanctuary. That just leads me to believe that the seasonal mechanic is just going to take place in every zone all over the world instead of just in the new zone Nahantu, right? That's the assumption. Okay, so that is like everything new and different coming to the game between the expansion itself, between patch 2.0, and then that vague description of what Season of Hatred is going to include. Now, I know we joke about this being Diablo 4's last chance, but of course, fact of the matter is, the game's doing just fine, like big picture wise. In fact, last week, Blizzard revealed sales revenue for D4 has exceeded $1 billion. So suffice it to say, it's made its development costs back, and then some. I don't know if numbers have actually come out, but I would assume development costs for D4 were at least 400 million, if not $500 million. But so yeah, they've at least made that money back and then earned a couple of $100 million. Also, I'll add, for as popular as Path of Exile might be amongst us, like hardcore player base, the people invested in gaming enough to be watching YouTube videos about an upcoming ARPG, while you and I might be super interested and hyped up for Path of Exile, Diablo 4 still outdoes PoE in terms of its reach to the wider general gaming audience, right? So even at its peak, its all-time peak, the search interest in Path of Exile has only reached about 1/5 of what Diablo 4 had during its initial release. So Diablo 4, big scale, grand picture, more popular among the normies, right? Of course. But I will add, though, after the peak of launch for D4, in terms of ongoing search interest, post D4's launch window, Path of Exile has been trending up and in fact surpassing the game. Or in layman's terms, there has been higher search interest spikes during each new Path of Exile season than there has been for each new Diablo 4 season, and I gotta say, that is pretty impressive. For Path of Exile, that is pretty impressive, especially considering that PoE is 11 years old and Diablo 4 like just came out yesterday. I'm gonna be just super interested in seeing what happens when Path of Exile 2 launches in just a couple months here. But yeah, okay, back to Diablo 4. In terms of Vessel of Hatred, of course I'll be checking it out for sure. I am interested enough just to see the new content and play for a couple of weeks at least. Maybe I'll try the new Spiritborn class. It does look pretty cool, but I'm probably going to be inclined to just make another Sork or Barb again. I just enjoy those classes and their playstyles way too much. But either way, hey, we got a whole new big zone to explore. We got the mercenary systems. Of course, I want to run Dark Citadel. I want to engage with whatever systems are coming in that Season of Hatred. So yes, I will play Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. But you gotta keep in mind, I buy and play a lot of games. I spend way more time playing games than probably the average person my age. And also, it's part of my job, right? So I'm curious what other people are thinking. Like, with everything new coming and the changes between the expansion, the season, and patch 2.0, is there enough here for you to return to Diablo 4? Are you just gonna wait for Path of Exile 2 to come out? Are you planning on playing both? Let me know. I'd love to hear your thoughts. But thanks as always. Until next time, I'll see you later. Take it easy.
What up, friendos? Welcome back. Today we're talking about something we've not...
Oh. No, you random played, and I don't want that. Big YouTube drama stream. Is New World of Twitter worth buying? Trump shooter.
Approaching Stargate.
7 days. Pseudo passe. Let's go look at gaming. Let's listen to that one.
Fail. I'm using past tense. Did YouTube streaming fail? I'm using past tense because according to a lot of people, it's already buried 6 feet under. There's been a lot of YouTube exclusive streamers over the last month or so that have announced that they're moving back to Twitch or that they're going to be multi-streaming now that their YouTube contracts are up. So the perception is that every YouTube streamer is basically just in purgatory, scratching at their neck, waiting to get back to Twitch. And it kind of has the same reputation Mixer did a long time ago, God rest its soul, where people that were previously on Twitch took a bag from YouTube, had a little paid vacation for a year or two, and then go back to Twitch eventually. And as a former full-time streamer on both platforms, I feel like I'm John Constantine, walking the line between worlds here. And I feel like I just have oodles of insight on this subject. Now, since I've entered my senile years, I have elected to go part-time, so you can hang that jersey in the rafters, or if you're a tier 3 sub on Twitch, you can go ahead and downgrade that puppy, or just stop it altogether, because at this point it's kind of like the GameStop trade-in of value. You're not getting a whole lot of bang for your buck with how little I've been streaming recently. I did stream all weekend for the Apex Major in Germany. We were watch partying our squad, absolutely fucking clapping cheeks out there. Just posted a video on that as well if you'd rather just watch like the condensed version. So it's a topic I really want to explore. And it turns out Ludwig already beat me to it, that rascal. So I kind of want to just go through his video and drop some more tiddlywinks of information about all of it.
Have you been noticing this trend where people who are signed to YouTube live streaming contracts, the day their contract ends, switch right back to Twitch or start multi-streaming?
Yeah, that's a phenomenon that's more common than the cold. You would be hard-pressed to find any Twitch streamers that switch to YouTube streaming and haven't already switched back over the last year or so to Twitch, or at the very least started multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube.
Yep.
There are less of them than there is hair on my chest, and look at what we're working with here. Everyone seemingly that switched to YouTube streaming, either through YouTube contracts or through Twitch's fumbling over the last couple of years with like some policy changes as well as like some platform direction that people were upset with, have over the last year or so switched back. Because Twitch started to find their footing again with some of the changes and changing things around, like reverting a couple of things, as well as YouTube no longer doing streaming contracts. So it seems like everyone's flooding back to Twitch the second they can.
YouTube and YouTube Live not changing isn't because they move slow. It's because YouTube Live isn't a priority for YouTube. But your friends that went to YouTube are all coming back, Sushi.
Yes. Yeah. Dan Clancy, cool as a cucumber here. I'm actually shocked he didn't have a cigar in his mouth delivering this little speech. Like, he's basically just dancing on the grave of YouTube's reputation in the public eye. There was a time when everyone, myself included, thought YouTube was going to be a real threat to Twitch's market share. Because Twitch has had the streaming ecosystem in a titty twister for years. They've had the nipple clamps on those honkers. And YouTube started to get a lot of momentum with streamers that were native to Twitch switching to YouTube even without a contract. But it seems most streamers grew tired of YouTube doing absolutely nothing besides letting the
Yeah,
stream
YouTube
element
doesn't
of their
help
site,
me
which-
at all. YouTube does not help me. I tell them all the time. Like they every year they do a survey and they see that I have thousands of videos and I'm an active like whatever, and they're like and I tell them, you don't ever expose me to anybody. Neither site does. Neither site exposes me. I'm always at the bottom of the list no matter what site I go to, and that's okay. You know, that's fine.
They're fester and die. So pretty much all of them have switched back to Twitch at this point, except for the one
That they don't charge me to stream to their websites and dump content on YouTube, so I don't get upset when they don't promote me. It's not their job.
contract or banned from Twitch. But there was a moment where it really did seem like YouTube was encroaching on Twitch's stranglehold on the industry. And at the height of this, Dan Clancy was interviewed asking, are they panicking? Are they worried about Twitch users switching to rival platforms? Is Twitch going to do anything to keep users and streamers on their site? It was also public knowledge at this time that Twitch had completely stopped doing contracts for even their biggest streamers. They just put the kibosh on contracts entirely. And Dan Clancy just said nope. In fact, he encouraged everyone to try alternatives. Like if they want to stream on YouTube and Kick, go for it. Go hog wild.
Please.
He said that he believed that all of them would be back to Twitch because he believed in the platform being the best that streaming had to offer. And it seems like his bet has paid off so far. Like Luigi, he won without having to do anything. It seems most streamers that went to other platforms are all starting to flock back to Twitch.
You know, when Myth ended his YouTube contract, I believe he took a break. He stopped streaming on YouTube. Lily, the moment her contract ended, switched back over to Twitch. Dr. Lupo, when his contract ended, started multi-streaming. I mean, shit, Tim the Tapman today said he was going to start multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. And look, his viewership is better on Twitch after 3 years, I think, on YouTube than it is right now on YouTube.
And that's a pretty crazy thing. So the perception and the fear for a lot of streamers was if they left Twitch, if they ever decided to come back, their viewership wouldn't be what it once was, or their sub count would be significantly lower. But time and time again, it seems like that's just not the case. Not just Tim the Tapman, but there's been other streamers that have gone to other platforms that have come back to Twitch and have been in pretty much the exact same spot that they left off in, no matter how many years had passed. Everybody knows when you switch platforms, your audience doesn't necessarily follow you. You're definitely not getting the whole kit and caboodle to come over to the new platform that you've come to. You're lucky to get, like, even a fraction of it. Like, yeah, you'll hit, like, huge peaks for the first couple of streams with people, like, you know, trickling in just to check it out. But that audience you built up on the previous platform, they're most likely just going to go back to that because that's the platform they're most comfortable on. So if you're not on it, they'll probably just find another streamer, and maybe they'll occasionally tune into you on the other platform, but for the most part, they don't get converted to the new platform that you've switched to. So with the example here, Tim the Tapman, he built up a YouTube streaming audience, and now that he went back to Twitch, that Twitch audience he used to have, it seems like they're still using Twitch and look to be receptive to Tim the Tapman being back on their preferred platform, so his viewership has kind of stayed pretty much the same there.
And nothing fucking changed. He's literally doing better on Twitch. And you might be wondering, okay, why are streamers switching back to Twitch? Well, one might be because they do better. They get more viewers. Two, it's because they also make more money.
I saw someone say sub count, by the way, earlier. I didn't answer it. I apologize. I'm not making up messages here. We are at 6.3.
Our game's over.
Do you have an official number?
I'm joining up.
We're probably closer to 6.5, if I had to guess.
And Tim basically says he got 6,500 subs in one single stream on Twitch, and on YouTube he had 14,000 subs. So he basically got almost half his subscriber count in one day. So he's going to start making more money from Twitch subs than he ever did from YouTube members.
That is another huge thing. That one is a big ol' fucking set to wumbo explanation for why a lot of people will switch back to Twitch. The earning potential on YouTube streams is substantially lower than it is on Twitch.
Yep.
Twitch is a platform with culture. Chat experience on Twitch has always and will always be better than YouTube. Period. Hands down. There's nothing YouTube can do to really beat that, and it doesn't seem like YouTube's even trying. They're just waving the white flag on that. They're just eating the huge fucking L on just having a bad chat experience compared to Twitch. But also, Twitch just has a culture of subbing. Like, Twitch has Prime subs, which is something you can do for free for your favorite streamer, where you sub to them with Twitch Prime and it's free for you, and the streamer gets paid.
Walking to Stargate.
Like, that is a
Warp
deal
drive
YouTube
active.
just can't match, and it's extremely
Yeah,
beneficial
thank you
to
for
the
your
streamers
subs, guys. I
on
love
Twitch.
you.
So Tim the Tap Man can make in one day
I got my payment
what
today.
it took 3 years for him to make on YouTube, at least when it comes to like membership numbers versus sub numbers.
Just got the email.
So YouTube has a sub equivalent with members.
I'm doing well.
But nobody fucking uses it. Most people don't even know it exists.
I'm doing okay. Like, actually, it's kind of cool.
Also, it's not even functional on mobile. You have to go outside of the YouTube app, like on like a different browser on your phone, in order to even find the join button for most channels. Like, it's not something that's integrated into YouTube.
I'm almost done with this XP grind, and it's taking so long. They're trying to get the last 2 levels before the fucking perk card. And then I want to go grind perk cards in custom and just do the season in custom. Or no, I guess you can't. I don't know. Like, it's weird. Like, all the content is done on this character. It's sort of annoying. Maybe I should just start another retail character for the season and play the game again, I guess. Because like a lot of the content is kind of shut out when you beat the game like this. You just end up kind of doing the same dailies over and over again. It's sort of annoying. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a really busy most wanted. Yep, I'll take that too. Wait, oh, I'm over encumbered. Why? Oh, because I had to repair. Yeah. So, how's my levels now? Good.
Autopilot
Yep,
jumping.
take me to that one. Now, go. Yep, go.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I guess I split my money and leave. Yeah, I guess that's all that's left. I'm just thinking, like, I spent a lot of money. I blew through the 12 gold so quick. But I have nice space now, and nice armor and swords, and I'm doing good. Oops.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, that's what you do?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh yeah, the mailbox. So... Or I don't know, maybe I want my hearth, actually. Maybe I'll just fly out, huh?
How may I be of service?
Approaching Stargate.
Nice, it's a Western Spirit.
Autopilot jumping.
The Psychic Snowflake.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Shut up, you.
Streamers on YouTube will never come close to the amount of subs a Twitch streamer will have. And they won't even come close to the amount of money a Twitch streamer earns if they are streaming on YouTube. So that's another really enticing reason why a lot of people that were streaming on YouTube are going back to Twitch. Also, another obvious one is discoverability. The main critique of YouTube streaming since its inception has been how hard it is to navigate and how difficult it is to even find streams in the fucking first place.
Yep.
And they have done little to improve that. Any channels that have found success streaming on YouTube are channels that already had an audience before they started streaming, or had an audience
raid
elsewhere
against
that
the
came
Rot
in
Hides
for those
adventurer.
YouTube streams.
And this
Anyone that's
essence
just
is
starting
proof
with
of
streaming on
Nightlash's
YouTube,
death.
it's not going
The scourge
to
have
bring
lost
in
ground
viewers
this day.
because discoverability
Your value
is
to the
non-existent.
Forsaken grows.
Non-existent.
Adventurer, we've discovered a new hive for the scourge. The Decrepit Ferry. The ferry lies east of the sepulchre and is heavily patrolled by rot hides and other undead. There must be a reason for the scourge's occupation of the area. Go to the Decrepit Ferry and find out why the scourge are there.
Don't tell me what to do.
Autopilot jumping.
Odd. Okay. Well.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I'm getting up in there in the levels. See, I knew it. I was like, yes, you do have one. You do have a daily update, though.
Approaching Stargate.
Hopefully this guy does the work. Yeah, do the work.
Aggro.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
I love this one.
Aggro.
Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Find Duchess's stash.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Member. The decrepit fairy. A recipe for death. Miss Creepers. Yeah, we going north where I need to go. Gorfang. Free bear.
Aggro.
Oh. Fuck. You are so annoying. Four minutes. Yeah, I gotta pass through, huh? Yeah. Where I'm going is all the way in the back.
Aggro. Aggro.
Oh no. Well, it's okay in the respect that I killed one. I better bandage though. I think I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. Nice. Double aggro all the time. My gear is better. That's good.
Aggro.
I'm in kind of a dangerous place. Oop. Alright.
Aggro. Aggro.
Aggro.
Oh, I'm here, huh? But you are out in the wild. I want you to come over to the fisherman. I don't know if mobs aggro over here. Oh, it's a fishing pool. Nice. Yeah, I like this area. We'll camp here. Oh, look, there's two of them. It's a oily blackmouth. Nice. Ooh, trunk. Nice, 2 medium leather and a simple cape. It's a shame it's not good. Give me trunks. Give me trunks. Was that oily blackmouth looks so angry and weird. Yeah. So what do I do? I go in and I log. Yeah, I don't need to go in the vault to log. I'm just gonna log. Oh. Okay, Trit. Hello. Hey. Sure, yeah, anything you need. Yeah, that's fine, yeah. Oh. No problem, that's fine. Bye-bye. Got pushed back an hour. I guess I'll eat lunch. Ooh, balls of woolen cloth. Those will sell. Yeah. It's about as best I can get, I think.
Aggro. Aggro.
So I got pushed back. I guess I will,
Aggro.
I will make lunch, I guess. Which is fine. I will log by the fisherman. So, fleet hangar. Nice. This is another 30 million in Trit. For for industry mats. Yep. Nice. Yeah, there's like 200 mil in there. Mining foreman burst charges. That seems odd. Sure. Cool. So we go back out, right? Yeah, and then we come back here. There we go. Am I empty? Yes, yes I am. Is this Akator still insured? Yes, for 8 days. I'll insure it for more. And undock and go. Gonna step away to make a sandwich here.
Autopilot engaged.
And I'll be right back. We'll do a scenic
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Scenic view of this. Cool. It's awesome. Okay, we'll leave you with a nice over-the-shoulder view. Okay, and make a sandwich.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
YouTube is actually really good when it comes to like event streams though. So this is something Ludwig also talks about. If a big moment happens in an event, like grand finals is going on in some kind of big tournament, and a lot of people start flooding in, well, YouTube recognizes that and then actually starts recommending that stream outside of the normal little bubble, like the quarantine unit that it keeps streams in, so then you actually will get some eyes on it. But if you're like just daily streaming normal shit or just starting out streaming, you're not going to have that stream go to anyone outside of whatever audience you've already built up going into it. You have better odds of writing your YouTube handle on a paper airplane and throwing it out of your window and hoping a neighbor sees it and checks it out than you do just streaming on YouTube and relying on them to push it. It doesn't happen. Whereas on Twitch, even though there are so many streamers to compete with in every category, your odds of being seen are higher. Your potential to have some viewers trickle in is just higher on Twitch.
If you look at the most watched major streaming platforms by hours watched of live broadcasts, Q2 of this year, YouTube gaps Twitch. It's not close. 3 times bigger, 15 billion. However, that doesn't exactly tell the full story. Because if you look at this, you also have to include, you know, some people like YouTube's biggest live streamer by hours watched, which is not iShowSpeed. It is Lo-Fi Girl.
Yeah, so just looking at the cold, hard Carfax here, looking at these numbers, taking a peek under the hood, it looks like on the surface YouTube is slapping Twitch around when it comes to these numbers. But it's really not. Because these numbers are bloated just by the sheer volume of streams that are going on that are
not
just
watched.
Literally always on. So like Lo-Fi Girl, probably the biggest stream in the world when it comes to watch hours. Like the watch time on that is absurd because it's 24/7 nonstop with tens of thousands of viewers that are idly just listening to it in the background or have it on while they sleep. So it's not like the healthiest number that they have here, it's just the biggest one. So it doesn't really tell the full story. And Lud also mentions some other very, very popular streams on YouTube that really inflate the fuck out of those numbers.
Things like Lo-Fi Girl or videos playing on loop or what there's a bunch of on YouTube Live, which is scams. In fact, one of the biggest live streams right now on YouTube is Tesla. Except it's not Tesla. It is a scam account with 20,000 subscribers with 86,000 bots watching to give it some credibility. So people click on it who aren't part of the bot number, and then they scan this code, and then they lose all of their crypto. Do not scan this code. I'm showing this as an example of YouTube's corrupt botting.
Lose all your crypto. That would imply that I have crypto.
Approaching Stargate.
Okay, sorry.
If anybody actually scanned that QR code from Ludwig's video, I believe that it is now Ludwig's responsibility to pay you back for all of your lost crypto. He is liable now because Ludwig scammed you. I had the decency to censor the scam QR code. I'm just being a little goofster. If anyone actually scans that QR code and loses all their crypto, they 100% deserve it for being an unfathomably stupid buffoon. I will never be able to wrap my head around who actually falls for those. I truly don't understand it. Like, I know the default answer is like old people. I don't believe that because they probably don't have crypto in the first place. But anyway, what Ludwig is highlighting here is that these scams have tons and tons of viewership, last for quite a long time, thus bump those numbers up on the YouTube streaming hours. And they're not real. Like, you can probably find 10 of these streams going on right now. Like, that also tells me the scam must be pretty successful. There must be some people falling for it. I don't know how, you absolute imbeciles, but there's tons of them happening all the time, inflating those numbers, and YouTube doesn't do anything about it. It doesn't seem.
Like actual streamers, actual people who are streaming video games. Well, then the contest becomes a lot more fair. And there's still a lot of huge streamers. I mean, look, Steak right now is live with 41,000 viewers. That is massive. That is a huge stream.
When you look at the actual streams going on with real sentient human beings behind them, the number gets a lot lower than you would expect given the huge number that you can see in the data. Especially when you look at gaming in particular, the number there is lower than Twitch. Twitch is beating them like my meat in that department.
So if I were to rephrase the question, is YouTube live streaming a failure? In America? In English-speaking countries? Kind of. Yeah, maybe a little bit. They're not doing as well as people thought they would. Across the world? Fuck no. They're doing amazing. They are crushing. And you know this is true if you watch VTubers. VTubers crush on YouTube, man. All of Asia seems to prefer YouTube for a live streaming platform, and it makes sense.
And this is something I've been saying for a while as well. Internationally, YouTube streaming is huge, but in America, it's definitely second fiddle to Twitch. Stargate. The biggest breakout star on YouTube streaming is obviously iShowSpeed. But outside of Speed, all the other big English-speaking streamers are on Twitch. But internationally, YouTube's doing very well. Ludwig also gave an example about how Twitch abandoned South Korea recently, so there's just a lot of places that are preferring YouTube for streaming outside of America. And another thing, YouTube's player is just better than Twitch's. You can rewind the stream if you want to, the bitrate is higher, the streams look better. So if you're someone that just likes to kick back and watch a stream and not really interact at all, YouTube's player is going to be very enticing and probably going to be the preferred platform for you. But a lot of people who watch streaming because they like the interactive element of it. And that's where Twitch destroys YouTube. It has an entire culture to its chat. So a lot of people, well, I'm not even gonna say a lot of people, everybody prefers the Twitch chat experience. Like, there's very few people that like the YouTube chat experience because there really isn't one. Like, even going to the biggest streams, you're not going to see a whole lot going on in the chat aside from like some spam here and there. But on Twitch, you'll see like entire discussions happening in chat or like a bunch of like inside jokes and all kinds of shit that just makes it feel like a real community as opposed to on YouTube's chat experience. Overall, I have a similar takeaway as Ludwig when it comes to whether or not YouTube streaming is a failure. Overall, it's not because it's doing so well internationally, but when it comes to English-speaking streaming content, it definitely is well behind Twitch. Yes, it is gaining a little bit, but more and more streamers are just switching back to Twitch. A lot of the influx came from seeing big streamers come to YouTube and people following that path, and now that even more are going back.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
I don't know who iShow Speed is.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh my God, chat. We about to really hit 15K, y'all. Oh, shit. Check the bill rate. Does it get worse? Let me know if it get worse. Yes. Oh my God. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yo, what's down here? Are we getting out? We go? We good? Relax. Chat, 14K away. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. Watch out. We gotta go. What? What? That's it? What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Bro, now, hey, listen. Let me try this. Y'all gotta get out the way, okay? All right? Don't walk in front, all right? Okay, good. Please, okay? Keep it clear. Just chill just a little bit.
You go to their country and you tell them to get out of the way.
Going to continue to happen.
Asshole.
But yeah, it doesn't mean YouTube streaming as a whole is dead or a complete failure. It just really lost all of its footing in America. I do, however, disagree with Ludwig on a pretty big thing, which is multi-streaming. I started multi-streaming almost a year ago now, and I actually think it was an incredibly good decision, and one that I still believe is a very smart decision for many streamers regardless of their size. Ludwig believes that multi-streaming isn't great because it makes your viewers spread out. So it basically splinters them between two platforms, which makes it very difficult to reach the consistently high highs of some of like the top streamers on Twitch. By being married to one platform in particular, you can cultivate that audience and grow it there, so that way you're at the top of those categories consistently, like on Twitch or something.
I don't care where I get my audience. I thought about streaming to all of them. Kick, Rumble, Mixer, Twitch, YouTube, and do all 5 all at once, and you can do that and build an audience no matter where I go. But I think my Twitch YouTube is good enough.
So you'll keep
I don't really like Kick, Rumble, or Mixer.
Getting new viewers and reach insane peak viewership, because as more people find you, more people talk about you, and it just keeps feeding that fire, as opposed to having a lower number on that platform because some of the viewers are watching you on a different platform, so then not as many people are seeing it and talking about it. And like, I get the point, but I do think that being on 2 different platforms is reaching 2 different audiences, and I think that's pretty clear looking at like Tim the Tatman here, right? Like, his YouTube number is lower than his Twitch number, even though he started as a Twitch streamer and spent 3 years as a YouTube streamer. It's pretty clear that those have to be different viewers that are being reached, and I think there's a lot of value in that. For one, I think it's better for viewers because you give them the option to watch you on their favorite platform. So the viewers that prefer YouTube can watch you there if they want like the better player, or they can watch you on Twitch if they want the better interactive experience with chat. And I think it's good for the streamer too, because you're reaching 2 separate audiences at the same time. The YouTube audience and the Twitch audience, yes, there's definitely going to be overlap.
I thought about just going to YouTube full time and just cultivating the audience there and just building and building and building and building and letting it just grow. And like, one of the things about Twitch is I got a lot of abuse. Like, a lot. It was stupid. Oh, wait. So I was like, maybe I should just go YouTube, because then I can stream in I can stream in like 18,000 kbps to YouTube. It's a better streaming website. It is. You can pause it, move it forward, and all this. It's a better career to build than Twitch is, because Twitch I feel like if you build a Twitch career, your career is inevitably going to die in 5 or 10 years. But if you build a YouTube presence, you might be okay your whole life, you know. I think there's some people who've been at it for a long time. And so I don't know. I don't really know.
Aggro. 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 Aggro.
Almost done with the spiders.
Aggro.
Approaching Stargate.
Ooh, Willow Bracers of the Eagle. 12 armor. And it gives you 1 stam. I think it's an upgrade in the regards that I have more health with it. Less armor, but more health. And I think that's good.
Like, it's the same audience on both platforms that's been fractured. It's 2 separate ones, and I think there's definitely
Aggro.
benefits there, because if he wasn't multi-streaming, for example, he was only on Twitch, the 11,000 people on YouTube that were watching Tim might not be watching him on Twitch, so he'd stay at 17,000 over there and completely miss out on 11,000 eyeballs from YouTube. Plus, there is the added benefit that YouTube VODs are significantly better than Twitch VODs. So, when he finishes that multi-stream, his YouTube stream immediately saves as a video to his channel in the live tab that viewers can go back and watch, and also that gets put into the algorithm pretty often. There are streams that'll pop up in recommended, even if you're not someone already watching streams on YouTube, if there's some type of overlap in the algorithm between what video you watched and what stream gets popped up. So it also helps you in that regard, reaching a new audience that maybe found you through a VOD and then chooses to watch you on YouTube. So I just really think there's a lot of things that make multi-streaming a good idea, regardless of how big a streamer is. I think it's a very, very good idea for someone that's just starting out streaming, because you want to lat spread as much as possible to get your lats exposed to whoever is on whatever platform. Just spreading your wings as far and wide as they can go on as many platforms as you can, I think is great for anyone that's just starting with streaming. Which I know Ludwig does agree with. He mentions that. And he also mentions that multi-streaming is optimal for events. He thinks that's the one that makes the most sense. And he's right. Multi-streaming events is a great idea because it puts the event in front of so many other eyeballs. But I do really think it's a very viable strategy for just daily, consistent streamers as well. It just puts your content to more people, and I don't think it necessarily fractures your viewership all that much, because I really am starting to believe there isn't a ton of overlap between Twitch viewers and YouTube viewers. I think they stay in their own pockets with their preferred platforms, so I don't even think you take a huge viewership hit when you start multi-streaming. When I started multi-streaming, I was averaging like 11 or 12,000 viewers on Twitch, and then I started multi-streaming, and then my average on Twitch went down to like 8 or 9,000, so it was a little bit, but then I gained about 15,000 on YouTube. So, you know, it really doesn't seem like it's that big of a trade-off when it comes to multi-streaming. I really think it's more positives than negatives. But anyway, I just wanted to yap about this as a part-time streamer, just kind of wanted to weigh in here. That's about it.
Where is he?
I've covered a lot of scams over the years, but this product might just take the cake for being the most diabolical. It's an automatic litter box that is killing cats. It kind of stops being a litter box and becomes like a pseudo guillotine that...
Ugh.
Fail.
You scare me. I don't know where he currently is. I wish I could see the pat cycles. Ugh, someone died here. I wonder if, I wonder if the Aragol does come over here. You keep recommending this. Stop recommending this. Don't recommend the channel, I think, or I'm like not too interested. Pirate Software did something 15 minutes ago. Let's watch this one, I guess.
You've seen this yet? PC Gamer gave it a 6 out of 10. So 6.
So PC Gamer gave Warhammer a 6 out of 10. Wow.
60 out of 100. And this is a feature-complete game. The only bugs that I've had are very small. One of them was when you have a perk that increases your maximum amount of ammo, and you switch to another weapon, and you get ammo from like an ammo crate, it doesn't give the full set of ammo to your main weapon because it's not active out. That's like the only bug I've run into, really. Minor animation bugs. Randomly, a player on your screen will look like he's not running. That's about
but
it.
that's just those are inconsequential.
They're
bugs,
so
right?
small, and
Aggro.
like the bugs are basically non-existent. So they've got a really clean system. They've got a really compelling game. The progression is mountainous. Like, I've got 30 hours in the game now, and I don't even have one of the characters to maximum level. He just hit 19, and the max level's 25. And have you seen the roadmap?
No, I have not seen the roadmap.
The roadmap is nuts. Has anybody got a link to the roadmap so I can show this to Prime? Roadmap's crazy. Throw it up in chat. Yeah, throw it up in chat, because it's really good. It's really good.
I will also say there's one other thing. The geometry, if you're using a sniper rifle, the geometry can sometimes suck. There's a little bit, it kind of seems like often I'll shoot and I'll actually even get like a floating marker that's like right above a stairs or right above railing. So some of that stuff where the geometry kind of gets in the way of shooting can be kind of annoying. But that's more of that's such a minimal thing that, okay, now that I know it, I work around it. It'd be nice if it was fixed. But I don't really consider that a showstopper of any kind.
So I've sent you the link to their roadmap. This roadmap is bonkers to me. So September 1st, we're in Season 1 right now. They're getting ultra-wide support, private PvE lobbies, and Battle Barge Sparring Arena. So they're adding more stuff. Ultramarine cosmetics back. So that's all this season. Next season, before the end of 2024, so you're talking like in the next 3 months, you get multiple new PvE missions, which is what we already want. A higher difficulty, so difficulty 5. We're on difficulty 3 right now, and it's like punching yourself in the dick. It is so hard.
Yeah.
It is.
I tried it for a moment and got wrecked.
We're doing it now. We're able to do it, but we have to be like really good. We have to be communicating. We have to be planning ahead for like the different things that we know are going to be in the mission. Like, it's difficult. And that's on tier 3. We haven't even done tier 4 yet. And then a Neo-Volkite pistol, so new weapon. And then season 3, which start of 2025, first quarter of that, is another new PvE mission, new PvP game mode, new PvP arenas, a new enemy, which likely means a new faction is what people are thinking, but we got to get more clarity on that. PvE prestige ranks, meaning that you can prestige your character, go back to level 1 and start over, or go above maximum level and keep going to like show off. And then a Battle Barge expansion, which I don't know what that means yet, right?
Probably a new area to go. Some other interactable area in which probably translates into maybe the new PvP game mode.
Yeah, and then season 4, you've also season 2 also has plus a new enemy too. Season 4 is horde mode, a new enemy and a new weapon. So you've got like just a shitload of content, just a shitload. I think they've got a huge amount of content currently, and they're adding a huge amount of content going forward. So there's just nothing wrong. And I'm finding that the news media, the general like gaming news media, is just shitting on the game, which makes no sense to me. It's something I've seen for a while. I just don't like games journalism. As a game developer, as a game player, I think games journalism is in the trashiest state I've ever seen it. I think it's worthless 99% of the time. Like, if you look at the way that this went down, Space Marine 2 got a 60 out of 100 from PC Gamer. Gollum got 63 out of 100.
What?
You're telling me Gollum,
it's political,
nearly universally reviled game, is better than Space Marine 2? That's insane shit.
That's insane.
It's
political. Something about it.
I know there.
It's woke culture. Woke culture didn't like Space Marine, and I'm not the only one. I think Space Marine kind of speaks to the more savage, like violent sides of Hollywood and stuff in video games.
In PC game, game journalism to begin with, I've heard this talked about where, to be able to get early access, to be able to get these positive things, a lot of these reviewers have to position things in certain ways to even be able to get this, or they'll get kicked out, they'll lose their ability. So I already know that there's a lot of some games, some studios, some games won't let people in unless they do positive things. So that could contribute to a game in which is universally hated getting a better review, or else if they don't play ball with this one, they're not going to get the next opportunity. And I think that is probably part of the reason why we're seeing kind of the disparity in reviews. You can see such a highly reviewed game, or a higher rated game, that is universally hated, or else people are just losing their access to other games.
I think the thing that's really interesting about this is that it's leading to a scenario where the general public doesn't trust games journalism at all. So there's no benefit that's coming from it. And I'm surprised that game developers keep giving advanced copies to these companies, because it's not bringing them value. It's these companies just shitting on the game, like, completely. And it's not even swaying players. Even if the game gets reviewed super highly, people just go, well, IGN just gives everything 9 out of 10 anyway. Who gives a shit? I'm going to go look at the reviews on Steam. So, like, there's no real value happening here. And I think it's because they've led themselves into this weird corner where they have not enough time to review a game genuinely. They have not enough skill to review the game genuinely. And because of that, they don't have a good take on the game. And that's what it feels like to me. Like, more often than not, because the things that they were saying in the review don't make a lot of sense to me as someone who has now played the game for 30 hours. Like, at all. There's pieces in there that were like, no, this gets solved if you keep playing the game. Like, the problem you're having goes away, And one of their biggest gripes is that the game is repetitive. Game's not repetitive. When you go up in the different difficulties, random events happen throughout every mission. They may be the same maps, but that's kind of irrelevant because the gameplay is completely different every time. You have no idea what's going to happen.
That was it. That was
Before this game came out,
That was it. It was just over. The Boys is an awful show. A bleak prospect for the High Elves. Let's see what Mortismo says about Space Marine 2.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you my review after 100% for Space Marine 2. A third-person shooter, focusing, of course, on the Space Marines from the Warhammer universe as they fight against Tyranids and the forces of chaos. But before we get into all that, to get my usual stuff out of the way, I review games after 100% all the time to set me apart from other reviewers on the platform, and while that does include the achievements, it also includes a lot more, though in this case the achievement list is fairly thorough, outside of, I would say, the PvP mode, which we'll get to. But if you want to learn more, there's a video down in the description below, and my Steam profile is public and linked below as well. With that in mind, when
Mortimer sounds tired to me. It's weird. He sounds so tired to me. Single player will drain you. It requires you to think so much. I don't know, because most games, they want you to be playing their game for a while, and so they require so much of your attention. You know?
Marine 2, I did in fact pay for this. Specifically, I bought the access that came with early access, which is how I'm bringing you this review. I've already put about 60 hours in it since that initial early access period, which is honestly, on its own, probably a little remarkable because this is not my usual type of game. I just had so much fun after trying it out that despite this being a pretty heavily co-op and multiplayer title, that I knew I simply wanted to play more and all of it. And with that in mind, I'm going to try to cover this as thoroughly as possible, but again, it's a little outside of my normal range, so that's something to know. With that out of the way though, let's dive into this one. Space Marine 2 is, as I mentioned, a third-person shooter, specifically a follow-up, of course, to Space Marine, which was itself a fairly popular title for the Warhammer universe. The single-player campaign picks back up as Titus, who begins the title by becoming a Primaris Marine, a sort of souped-up version of regular Space Marines, only to be immediately called upon to take the battle to the Tyranids specifically, and then later on some forces of chaos that naturally predominate the setting as well. Now, in service to that though, the game does encompass a few different modes. So we've got the single-player campaign primarily, though you can play this with a friend if you want. You've got the Operations, which is co-op PvE for the most part, but can also be done solo, and then the multiplayer PvP. So there's a fair bit to go over, though first let's start with the technical state of things. How is this game running? So right away, I think a game like this looks incredible. I think it is really, really cool to see these gigantic sci-fi battles playing out in the background as you fight your way through hordes of enemies, like literally swarms of them, and I think it's especially impressive how many actors, so to speak, that they got on screen all at once, which is something that even the Steam Deck manages to do very well.
Really?
Surprisingly so. I thought it was going to run much worse there than it did. But that's not to say it's all sunshine and rainbows. Now, most of the problems I ran into personally seem to be on the server side of things when I was playing things other than the main campaign. That is to say, some sort of crash related to lost connection. I got booted from a couple of matches. Servers seemed to be down at one point. The matchmaking itself, I think, could use some tweaks and work, as you have very little control over that, or even, say, applying for custom game modes. A lot of the matchmaking, even for Operations, which can be done solo, is automatic, and there's no way to, just turn it off, outside of disconnecting from the internet, which is its own headache. And then I ran into a variety of just small visual stuff, like some armor and assets kind of freaking out here and there in cutscenes and looking a little silly. So there's definitely that. Now, I have seen reports of other people suffering more serious issues, but they don't seem to be especially widespread, but there certainly seems to be potential for issues. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's move on a little bit to the difficulty side of things. So this is broken up into mostly Operations and the single player campaign. So the main campaign, if you will, is a little more set in its difficulty because there is not so much progression for the single player version. You mostly just get access to different weapons as you go. So ramping up the difficulty on that campaign means having to engage with the mechanics and weapons just dealing the damage that they deal, etc. But you can choose between one of 4 difficulties and kind of tailor that experience to what you personally are comfortable with, which is especially important if you're playing solo, because one thing you'll notice pretty quickly is that the bots, while not completely useless, definitely could stand to be a little better, and they are a little prone to just standing around, or worse, just seemingly attacking random stuff with little to no benefit to you. Now, strangely enough, I actually found the bots to work better in the Operations mode of the game, which is where I thought they would do worse just because of the open-ended open-minded nature of that, but it seems like they have some sort of health protection in that mode that makes them less likely to die on you. And so, while not nearly as good as an actual person, they are better in that mode. Now, speaking of operations, this version also has 4 different difficulty modes, minimal to ruthless. This ups the strength and health of the enemies you're going to be facing, and seeing how you're going to be facing so many of them at once, it's pretty easy to die if you go too big too fast. Now, unlike the campaign, this is mostly tied to progression, specifically the damage your weapon is dealing by your ability to upgrade it as you go. So while ruthless starts out basically impossible right at the beginning, as you gain upgrades and everything, it becomes easier and easier. And then at max level for the operations side, especially with a team of other people who are also leveled, you should be more than okay. Whereas the PvP mode is more skill-based, of course. Now from there, let's talk a little bit about the single-player campaign, basically the setup for it and my thoughts on it. Now do be advised of a few spoilers here and there. It's a relatively short campaign, so talking about it much at all is realistically a spoiler to some degree, but this is really the only part of the video that will touch on that because it's a sort of standalone mode unto itself. Now in the campaign mode, we play as Lieutenant Titus, as he is welcomed back to the Ultramarines after some exceptional service in the Death Watch, which he was in after being under suspicion of corruption by the forces of chaos. But having proven that was never the case, he was not only rescued from a life-endangering situation, he was restored as a Primaris Marine, an upgrade in power, essentially, for those who don't want to get deep into Warhammer 40k lore. But as I mentioned earlier, we are immediately thrown into a fight against the Tyranids, which is what we were doing on the planet as Death Watch anyway, as our job was to set off a virus bomb to temporarily weaken them. And then the rest of the campaign is all about trying to stop the Tyranids and fight against them as much as possible before the forces of chaos get involved, and you do a little bit of fighting against them as well. So the story is mission-based, as you might expect. You operate out of a hub, which is true for all of the modes, and you can replay these missions as you please, so it's a relatively shorter linear experience, as tends to be the case with these types of games. I would say it'll probably run you somewhere between 7 to 10 hours, depending on how much of the sites you decide to take in, but during that time, I think it does a fantastic job of representing Warhammer 40k, and one thing especially that I really liked is how much it showcases people who are not Space Marines, the everyday soldier who do the bulk of defending against these threats, with the Space Marines being more of a special operations unit at this point. So seeing their interactions both with the everyday defenders and how well that was done while also capturing a bit of what their life was like, I thought was a really great touch. And that's to say nothing of some...
Yeah, I bet the lore of it is amazing. I was sad not to be able to play it. I will buy Space Marine, just not at $80.
Aggro. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Aggro.
Writing in places, some really great moments, and while I have some minor gripes, some mission moments that were especially annoying due to combat AI, them going a little crazy on using the word brother constantly, but that's pretty in character if anything. But overall, I had a really great time with it. I thought the last couple missions especially were really, really cool, and it was mostly over-the-top non-stop action, which is what I want from a game like this personally. But I would say that realistically, the story's primary purpose is to get you familiar with the game's mechanics alongside the weapons and stuff before you go and tackle the rest of the game. That is to say, operations and PvP. So we're going to switch to talking about progression a little bit here, and it's different for each one of those 3 modes. Now, the campaign is pretty simple. As you advance in missions, you basically just get access to other weapons and whatnot, and that's really all there is. You're playing as Titus. He has a sort of set strength, if you want to put it that way. So the progression for the campaign is mostly just you learning how the game works before moving on to the other modes. Now, the real progression is in operations and PvP. We'll do PvP first, but it's also pretty simple. Basically, the more you participate in that mode, you'll earn points toward veterancy levels, which allows you to unlock extra like weapons and loadouts that you can take into a match right away, as one of the 6 available classes available both in PvP and operations. So basically, the more you play it, the more you can tailor what you're doing to how you like to play, which for me was absolutely the assault class. But as we switch over to operations, we'll talk a little bit more about that. So operations is your co-op PvE if that's how you want to play the game. You don't have to do this in co-op. You can in fact play this solo, but the game does try to auto matchmake you, which means it can be a little annoying to get the game to let you do these solo. But if you quit out of a squad enough, it seems to just finally stop trying to matchmake you, and I would honestly just prefer an option to turn the matchmaking off, since it's intended to be allowed that you tackle those things solo if you want. So it's ridiculous I can't just click a button to do that. But otherwise, I enjoyed operations. So what are they? Now, narratively speaking, these are side missions that take place alongside the main campaign as you're going through that. There are support groups that will be aiding your main character's mission in that mode, and operations allows you to actually play through those individual missions and tasks. Now, unfortunately, there are only 6 of these, and a little more variety would have been nice, but otherwise I enjoyed them a lot. They have those 4 different difficulties, as I mentioned, but then as you play through those missions, you start engaging with the game's biggest progression systems. So right away, as you successfully complete operations, you'll earn more and more cosmetic options that are available even in the PvP mode for your Space Marines, so you can look cool while you kill everything, but you're also going to be earning experience and armory data. So experience both levels you and your weapons up. Now, you have a character level up to a maximum of 25, and as you level up, you unlock perks that you can then buy with the currency that you get for just winning versions of operations. So if you successfully complete a mission, you get this little currency to spend in the armory hall at your hub, and then you can buy your perks with that, which are all pretty cheap, and then also unlock further cosmetics and decals with it. But your weapons are as much of a focus as these perks. So as you take on higher difficulties of operations, you can earn a rarity associated armory data. Your sort of normal, epic, and legendary versions of these that allow you to upgrade your weapon as you hit certain experience caps. Unlocking the next tier for your weapons both upgrades them visually, while also allowing you to equip versions of those weapons that deal more damage. Each of those versions of a weapon can further be mastered as you earn experience, which then unlocks perk points for that weapon specifically, which makes it even deadlier. And the damage and the perks from that is, I would say, the biggest part of operations progression, as that's what's really going to allow you to push those higher difficulties. Now, something that took me way too long to notice is that while you don't need a ton of armory data to unlock these, you can actually instantly master the different versions of the weapons for its perk point if you have extra armory data for that tier, which can be handy if there's a version of a weapon you don't want to use, because say take the melee weapons for instance. There's a few of them, but some of these versions come with different methods of blocking. Now, some of them will literally say blocking, and that's actually the worst one because those ones don't allow you to parry the enemy, and parrying, especially more melee-oriented special enemies, is like the best way to deal with them, so you might want to watch out for that. But that's the bulk of what to know progression-wise, so let's move on to the gameplay, the world, and the combat, as that's kind of all one and the same here. But primarily, first and foremost, I want to talk a little bit about how this game is structured and some important things to know. As I mentioned, we operate out of a hub area. This includes the launch bay and the armory hall primarily. The armory hall is what is going to allow you to customize your marine, your loadouts, that you can have up to 3 saved for. You can access the other 2 outside of the one you're using in operations missions sometimes at certain little checkpoints, which is handy in case you want to switch weapons like mid-mission. And the launch bay and the terminal there is how you'll determine the game mode that you're in and what you want to do next. Now that's important because while the campaign is pretty well curated in terms of the experiences and encounters you'll have, the operations operate a little bit differently as you might expect. They're slightly more roguelite in nature, where your overall goals stay the same every time you do them, but what you might encounter will and can change. Sometimes you'll be attacked by big terminus level enemies, which take a significant amount of firepower to bring down, effectively acting as boss fights. You can also get attacked by enemy waves as you go, and even some of the actual objectives that you are pursuing will change slightly based on what you've got going on, which again I think would have been better served over a bigger variety of missions, but otherwise was pretty fun. Now while you are on any of those mission levels, basically most of what you're going to be doing is fighting and pushing forward. There's not too much to do in the levels besides take in the scenery and occasionally find items that'll be laying around, such as ammo or med packs, that type of thing. Standard stuff really. And occasionally you'll find a data slate which can give you like a little bit of lore, but that is about it. So the missions themselves, outside of fighting the enemies, are definitely a little sparse. But probably the coolest thing about this is definitely whatever technology is running these swarms of enemies that will come at you. And at least to my mind, it's wild how many of these they manage to get on screen all at once without, at least in my experience, having much problem at all. And again, even the Steam Deck seemed to perfectly manage this. Now initially I thought some of these swarms might have just been like a visual trick, because they often come up to like ledges and whatnot, and then they sort of climb on top of each other, so I thought maybe those swarms at the bottom were maybe just visual effects and weren't actually enemies, but they are in fact enemies. They will all eventually climb up to fight you. You can even throw grenades down and, prevent them from climbing up to begin with if you've got the firepower for it, and that was genuinely wild to me. But from there, I want to talk a little more about operations and PvP specifically. In particular, though, the classes for both of them, and then the game modes and stuff for PvP, before we start talking a little bit about how combat specifically works.
Perhaps I should have had you get more shackles. Nonetheless, you showed great skill in collecting these, adventurer. It will indeed take me longer than I had thought to uncover the dark secrets behind the enchantments Arugul was using. But in the meantime, I need you to take care of a slight problem our dark stalkers have discovered. It seems that Arugul let his magic spread to the deep Elam mine in the hills to the southeast. The mine would prove to be quite a resource for Verimathrus's advance. I want you to behead the tainted foreman of the mine, Grimson the Pale. With his death, the mine shall be ours.
So the classes. You've got Tactical, Assault, Vanguard, Bulwark, Sniper, and Heavy. Each of these has a different sort of ultimate ability. Personally, my favorite was Assault by far. Mostly because, while a lot of this game is shooting, the Assault class really leans into
I'm gonna open my door, got warm. Oh. $40 million ISK, yes. Alright. Okay, well, we'll have to come back here.
Warp drive active.
Jumping around and smash attacking everything, and both in PvE and PvP I had a ton of fun with that, but it did seem to have a bit more of a skill ceiling because, you know, range wise you don't have a lot of options, but each of them is pretty good. Tactical's a great all-arounder, has a buff that deals more damage to everyone inside an area. Vanguard was also really great. They've got like a grapple thing and they're fantastic in like quick melee actions. Bulwark is obviously more defensive. They've got one that will restore your armor points. Personally, my least favorite, but I could see why someone would enjoy it. Sniper's all about ranged attacks, less useful against the large swarms of enemies, but fantastic for taking down the bigger enemies. And then finally, Heavy. Slow but devastating, as you might imagine. Their Iron Halo ability protects them from ranged frontal damage while they just focused on shooting, and combined with heavy weapons, which you can only temporarily carry in the main campaign that they just get all the time, is a ton of fun. I liked Heavy, but I liked Assault a lot more. And then as you progress these and get perks in Operations mode, they get even better and better, whereas in PvP you progress and unlock the exact loadout you like to play for that class. But there are some minor gripes that are associated with class specifically. Now in PvP I think this makes more sense, but you are limited in the amount of each class you can have on one team. Basically 2 per. And that's fine. Again, I think it makes sense there, though I do wish there were more open rules to be adjusted in PvP generally, because you only have access to 3 game modes, and I really just wanted to see more options there in general. But I think that just about knocks out that section before we can talk specifically about
These
combat
samples
and
will
how some
indeed prove useful to the cause. I will begin studying their toxic and contaminable properties at once.
Active.
You can be of further service to the Royal Apothecary Society, Adventurer. When Arugul cast his wretched magic on the forest, he cursed one of our most promising members, Apothecary Berard. Now a mindless servant of Arugul, Berard is useless to us, but his findings might prove to be of worth. He was studying an ancient plague that killed off all the aquatic life in Lake Lordomere ages ago. Retrieve Berard's journal from his study in the Pirewood Village Inn and take it to Apothecary Renfurl.
Okay, now I get to go to the Barrens. Oh yeah.
Now this part might be a little dry, but there's some interesting stuff I want to talk about here. So combat, as you've almost certainly seen here, is us battling against hordes of enemies, but in order to do that there's some important stuff to know. Enemies are divided up into one of 4 levels: Minoris, Majoris, Extremis, or Terminus. Minoris and Majoris you're going to see everywhere. It's the bulk of what you're fighting. Minoris are the little swarm enemies. They're mostly easy to kill if you're on the difficulty you should be on, but their goal is to basically kill you with just sheer numbers. Now Majoris, on the other hand, are the characters that are able to do some real damage to you and have a lot more health, requiring more of your attention to take out, but you will still be fighting quite a few of them, which means it's necessary to learn their attack patterns. Now thankfully the enemy variety being down to Tyranids and some Chaos Marines, but also specific enemies performing specific actions makes that a little easier to learn. Now, where things start to get a little more tricky is with the Extremis and Terminus enemies. Now, Extremis are specialty monsters of some description, like a Lictor or a Ravener, that have special attacks and methods that you'll need to deal with. In fact, the Lictor goes invisible and likes to attack from ambushes, but a tactical's special ability will reveal it. A Zoanthrope is a Tyranid that sort of flies up and shoots energy at you, which is incredibly annoying to deal with as an assault character who doesn't have a lot of ranged options, as an example. But all of these enemies typically have very specific attack patterns that can be then dealt with accordingly. In particular, this is where parrying comes in the most, though it's also a thing with Majoris enemies. Enemies will occasionally flash blue, that is a parryable attack, and if you time it right, you can do that. The window's pretty generous,
oh, damn
but
it, the
does
zero
depend
is
upon
so
which
annoying.
weapon you have. Personally, I liked weapons with a balanced approach, as the timing for that parry seemed to be exactly in line with how I thought about parrying, but there's also ones that have like fencing, for instance, which is a little different speed-wise. Now, if you perfectly parry something or perfectly dodge out of the way of it, that enemy will be opened up to a gunshot, which is a very large damage single-shot attack that restores armor. More on armor momentarily.
Ooh,
but
good
both
money there.
gunshots, which can also be done to smaller enemies by simply heavy attacking them if that doesn't kill them to begin with, and you're parrying those big attacks is realistically probably the easiest way to deal with a lot of these bigger enemies. And if you master that, you're going to do very well at combat, especially because those actions are often what is going to restore your armor. Now, your armor varies a little bit by the class and difficulty, but typically you're going to have 3 points. Small enemies will chip away at this, whereas bigger enemies will deal several points all at once, potentially, and deal with it very quickly. So in order to get around that armor loss, you have to constantly be regenerating it through those perfect parries, perfect dodges, executions as well. When enemies get low on health, they start flashing red, and you can execute them in a single attack that both gives you armor and makes you immune to other attacks for a few seconds. And as you take damage to your actual health, you do have a moment where attacking enemies will get some of that lost health back, and executions in particular will restore all of it. So much of combat, in my experience with this game, comes down to managing just the sheer numbers of enemies you're dealing with while also maintaining your own armor, which against certain combinations of enemies is certainly more difficult than it might initially sound. But for the most part, I enjoyed that setup enough to have played this game as much as I did, despite it normally not really being in my wheelhouse, though I did gravitate towards melee specifically because of how much fun I had parrying everything. But ultimately, I will say how much you like that system is going to determine how much you like this game. And while I think it is easy enough to learn and decently challenging to master, especially against large enemies, I could see it not being everybody's cup of tea. But for the most part, I had a ton of fun with this. But before we wrap this section up a little bit, let's talk a tiny bit about those Terminus enemies I mentioned. Basically, these are like large enemies with health bars. They have set attacks and everything, they deal massive amounts of damage, and they can pretty easily kill you. When you kill them in operations, they actually drop armory data, which is why you would want to stop and kill them, despite the fact that you can typically run by most of them. But these include things like a Carnifex, a Neurothrop, or a Hellbrute, all of which are appropriately big, terrifying enemies that going head-to-head with is a lot of fun. Though, as I mentioned, in operations, a lot of times like any combination of these things can spawn in a given area, but there are some general rules, it would seem. After like an enemy wave or an extremist enemy, you're often not going to see either of those things for at least a couple of minutes, and then while a Terminus level enemy is on the field, those other things typically will not happen unless you're progressing past the point where the kind of like arena, for lack of a better word, for the previous enemy was. The Terminus one, in this case. So once you kind of learn the ins and outs of those rules and what will attack you when, you can get really good at tackling each of these individually, which I think, again, for me, was a lot of the fun of this title. Now, last but not least for this particular section is talking a little bit about PvP combat, because that's obviously different. PvP is much faster than the other game modes. Matches typically don't last particularly long, and they tend to be very, I would say, glass cannon versus glass cannon type of matches. Both you and the enemy will typically die in just a few hits. So it's really more about like bursting enemies down before they can do the same to you than anything else. Now, when you get good at that and you expect it, it can be a ton of fun. And With the Assault class in particular, I was having a blast, especially because your jump attack in that mode actually functions a little differently than in PvE, where it takes longer to recharge. But you're vulnerable up in the air while you're charging that down, so the best way to use it realistically is to surprise enemies who do not see you. But even in that case, you don't have access to a lot of properly ranged weaponry as an Assault class who focuses on melee, so you're pretty easily taken down at range yourself. And every class kind of has something like that. But for the most part, I had a pretty good time with this, though I fully admit I was mostly just after the multiplayer achievements before dipping out on the PvP, so I fully admit I did not play this nearly as much as the other modes, and mostly just wanted to get a good idea of how it functioned, so there is that. But it's definitely the kind of thing where you want to pick a class and figure out how you want to play and get really good at it to do the best you can. That brings us to the Steam Deck version, however. So surprisingly, the Steam Deck I think runs at least the operations and main campaign side of this pretty well. You got controller support, cloud saves naturally, and the frame rate is even decent if you bring all of the settings down, which even on low looks pretty good on that smaller screen. Now the catch here is, I think, fairly obvious in that a lot of the fun of this game is the multiplayer modes for many people, and with the Steam Deck being more on the go, that might not necessarily work out. And I think that would be my primary consideration for playing this on Steam Deck for most people. Personally, I don't like playing stuff like this with a controller. I'm keyboard and mouse all the way. But I know that that's opposite of many. But for others, again, I think the Steam Deck part just comes down to, are you always using your Steam Deck where you have a proper internet connection so you can play in those modes with other people? And if not, are you fine with playing just the solo side of things, which is possible? But with that out of the way, let's move on to our positives and negatives before we wrap this thing up. So on the positive side of things, definitely the moment-to-moment gameplay, fighting against what seems like innumerable enemies only to wind up coming out on top when you get the gameplay down, and the feel of that all around is fantastic. I think visually it's a very stunning game as well, and it really captures, I think, the fantasy of playing as one of these giant superhumans tearing through the enemies of the Imperium of Man. And that's by far the best thing this game has going for it. Now, on the negative side of things, that's where things get interesting, because I do actually think there are a variety of negatives to this game, but it really just depends on how much any one of those individually bothers you. For instance, I don't think the matchmaking of this game is particularly good. It's often matching you with people who are already playing the same class and operations, which it doesn't allow you to do. You have to go either change class, which might change the level of the people it matchmaked you with, making the mission that you signed up for impossible. You also can't simply turn the matchmaking off despite being able to play that solo, which seems silly, and just not having options to customize that experience a little more than is available, especially when it comes to like PvP, which seems super limited if fun, is definitely, I think, a bit of a bummer. It's also sad, I think, that the bot AI is kind of woefully underprepared for a large amount of situations.
My brother said we could make great money with this trade route, but he didn't tell me I would be the one living on this side. If you come back this way on the Zeppelin, could you bring me something to eat? They sell some of the finest meat in Orgrimmar, and I sure could use something that didn't die weeks before it stopped moving. Whereas I think on the difficulty just below that, substantial, bots are perfectly fine if your character is kitted out for it. But the other negative for me, realistically, is just that I wish there was more variety to the missions and gameplay modes and stuff that were available, because as it stands right now, I think those are pretty limited, and in the course of this 100% review, it did absolutely get extremely tedious to run through the exact same missions over and over again, even if I was having a ton of fun with the combat itself. Now, personally, I don't see wanting more of a game as the worst thing a game could do. That is to say, if I walk away from a game going, man, I wish I could have played more of that, and that there was more content, etc., that's not necessarily the worst thing a game might have going for it. So, again, how much that bothers you is going to be up in the air, which brings me to my conclusion. Simply put, I played this game for 60 plus hours. I think it was like 61 or 62, something like that. Despite this normally not even being the kind of game that I like to play, but it felt so incredible to play, the story was really cool, the over-the-top feel of it all really drew me in. And again, I paid for this one out of pocket,
specifically the gold edition, which was like $90 US, and I feel perfectly good about that. I had a lot of fun for that price, and now that we're past the early access period, I think the standard version for $60 definitely justifies the price tag. However, there is a pricing thing I wanted to mention, specifically the gold edition and the ultra edition, the ones that come with the season pass and everything. That mostly appears to be cosmetic stuff, which you would only really bother to know if you actually navigated to the Steam page for the season pass specifically. Now, supposedly, these are also supposed to be coming with free updates to the game that add things like another difficulty, more missions, and new enemy types, but obviously those things aren't in there right now. So it looks to me that long term they probably plan on keeping these servers up via the sale of these cosmetic DLCs that allow you to customize your Space Marine in various ways, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing if the actual updates the game does get, those extra missions, lethal difficulty, the new modes, etc., over the course of, I believe, like 2025 they have planned right now, are in fact free and added at no charge to you, then I think that's not so bad. But I mention that specifically here at the end because that is the kind of situation that, let's be honest, we've seen turn south many, many times for many, many games. And while I don't think that's the case here now, I just want people to be aware of it. But as it stands, simply put, I paid for this game out of pocket, I had a ton of fun with it, and I'm honestly looking forward to when some of these free updates drop, because as I said, mostly I just want to play more of this game. So that, I think, is where I'm going to leave this particular review, so I hope you enjoy.
Yeah, it was good. It was kind of one and the same, but yeah. You really seem to want me to watch that. Pyro Live.
Come out to play! Oh no.
I hope she comes back tomorrow. My streaming career might die if she goes home. If she gets put away forever, my streaming career is done. I'm telling you, the cops doing it 4 times a day for the past week, bro. The cops days Chad's in my city. Hello, Maryland. Hope you're having a good day. Why are you in my entrance? You're in my entrance. Get out of my entrance, please!
Get out of my entrance.
Get out!
I've talked about how this generation is more fixated on short hits of dopamine than any previous generation. My parents will constantly tell me,
oh, as children we played outside. We didn't have these little phones that you touch, a touch screen phone. We had these big brick phones.
And I feel that every generation slips a little bit more into degeneracy. This generation probably the worst one so far, but I want to document it today because I've talked about many people on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, people that clip farm and stuff like that. But what happens when you're put into a really bad situation that you basically had no control over? So we've now reached the point as a society, Joker reference, where people are now live streaming their entire saga about a squatter that has moved into their house that won't leave. This actually happened. There is a streamer right now who's basically having a roommate, and that roommate is a squatter that broke in when they were away from the home, and legally they have no power. They can't do anything. So what did they choose to do? Make content out of it. Of course they would. Now there is a lawsuit about this situation. I can't even say the word situation because it's like such a commentary buzzword now. But there is a lawsuit going on right now, and there is so much law to go over here. So the premise of this situation is there is a character called Asian Andy. That sounds like a racist bit, but genuinely that is the username he goes by.
Sure.
I've actually milked the word Andy so much, I just can't even say that. I can't even say that name seriously. Now, Asian Andy had a sibling who was renting out her place on Airbnb. That was until one person chose to stay at her Airbnb way past the date that she was meant to. I'm sure anyone that stayed at an Airbnb, you wake up and it's like, oh, damn, we gotta check out, and you're late by like 3 hours and you get charged out the butthole. But this is a woman who basically thought, this is a nice house. It's mine now. it's mine. So because of the situation that Asian Andy's sibling was in, Asian Andy took it upon himself to basically try to exorcise this demon from the house. Now, if you're unfamiliar of Asian Andy, he's like what you'd call an IRL streamer. He does these like bizarre, deranged live streams where he lets, you know, his TTS basically roam free. I have TTS on my stream, text to speech. You know, people give $10, they say something funny. Usually it's not funny, it's just a bit that they stole like from 3 donations prior. But Asian Andy goes the next step with his donations. They are degenerate to the point that they're basically just doxing his address via his Amazon Alexa.
Alexa, what is my current location? You are...
Whoa, stop.
California.
Oh my god, they used his live stream to post his fucking address. Alexa, what is my location? And they had it play it exactly like it is genius. And his idiot streamer Alexa thing just spews out his address. I can't believe it. It's genius. It's genius. It's social engineering. This is why I don't do a lot of shit like this. Like, honestly, I don't do a lot of, like, you know, that sort of stuff. I don't even do the chat because I'm like, I don't know. I feel like with how distracted I am, the best that can happen is the chat takes advantage of me. That's, like, the best that can happen, really. I just, like, honestly, it's easier for me to just not talk, you know?
Alexa, order mail enhancement pill. Searching Amazon.
Now the reason why
Searching Amazon
Andy is because he was associated with Ice Poseidon and he used to be part of the CX network.
Oh yeah.
So this is the whole like Andy thing, and I feel like I need to explain this, and I'm going to do it very poorly. The Andy law scholars will be annoyed at me. So you may have noticed I say Andy a lot, right? Like I'll say 1 minute Andy, react Andy, all that stuff. I stole this bit. This bit came from Ice Poseidon because Ice Poseidon would have like a bunch of people be on his stream who were basically just vultures and leeches trying to basically suck the clout from his little man boob. So all of these people that were circling around Ice Poseidon, they were called Andys. This guy is Asian, so we're now going to call him Asian Andy. This other guy, he's Mexican. Okay, let's just call him Mexican Andy. Oh, this guy is fat, so we're gonna call him Burger Andy. Also, there's a really funny clip with Burger Andy that you've probably already seen where, like, he's trying to get on a bus to leech more clout. They won't let him on, and the way the bus door shuts and it just shows, like, a deformed face because, like, the mirror's bent. It's a painful watch.
Yeah. You said I could get on if I ate a worm.
If I ate a worm. If you eat a worm, you'll be cool. And you'll get on the bus somehow. If you debase yourself and you suck enough dick, yeah. You'll get on the bus, right? On that assumption, right? In this world of yours. If you debase yourself to these idiots, do you really think that they're going to let you on the bus?
Is it cool if I come in? Come on, you said.
Come on, you said I ate a worm. I ate a worm.
You said and I just ate a worm and shit.
I just ate a worm.
Dude, it's sketchy out here. I don't have to
All these other like people who like don't or probably like haven't even hung out with them as much or just like walking past them, and it's actually so funny. I don't do moments like this. It's kind of funny. I don't do it to people, and I don't do now. What did you just do? You posted those, and that's really not what I wanted. I don't know. Maybe I better actually look at the better healing potions now, actually. Oops. You don't have healing? Oh, there we go. Where? Oh, here we go. Okay, so... You're fucking kidding me. There's 17 silver apiece. Alright, well, that's good that I canceled my fucking potions.
Did you come here? I came here to see you guys. You said I could come with you.
So that's where the
oh, that look. Oh, that look.
Andy originally came from, and then I kind of yoinked it and just tried to apply it to anything I don't like. So for context, I feel like we need to explain what a squatter is, because, you know, a lot of parasitical viewers, they don't get outside that much, so they'll never have the horrors of experiencing what a squatter is. So basically, this is someone who resides in a property that they have no legal title, right, or lease to. Now, you probably think, okay, if they just broke into someone's house, why...
God damn it, you just did it again. Stop doing this.
Well, that's a trespasser.
Stop
it.
A
trespasser is different to a squatter. Now, it's different from a trespasser because a squatter usually has moved into the property, and depending on the situation, they might try to alter the locks, you know, set up utilities in their name, or anything else to try and pass the property off as theirs. Now, I'm using like UK jargon here, but squatters' rights have been a thing in the UK for an incredibly long time, and I think it's totally fair for the most part, because obviously, you know, like the homeless situation in the UK and most first world countries, it's horrendously bad. And why should you have hundreds, if not thousands, of people that are homeless when you have, like, you know, these Russian oligarchs that are sitting on, like, you know, 15 mansions in Kensington and Mayfair in London, and they don't even live in there. They're just sitting on the property hoping to make a profit. Well, the way squatting works is if you see like an open window or something and the building is unoccupied, legally you can actually go in and move in there as, you know, as a squatter. That's the right. Obviously, if you break down a window or something, that is trespassing, that's breaking and entering. You basically have to hope that one of these people leave their window unlocked. It was basically a rule that was made as a super last resort to people that were homeless. Now, in the UK, if you squat in a residential property, you could be fined up to £5,000 or face 6 months in jail. And this is where the law gets a little bit weird. So,
you
however,
haven't lived
it's
until
not a
you've looked
criminal
down on the
offense
world
to
from the
squat
back
in
of
an
a wind
area that is
rider.
classified as either commercial land or unoccupied. So basically, if you squat somewhere that's like going to be redeveloped land or something, that's apparently okay. I feel it's one of those grey area things where, like, as long as you don't get caught, nothing bad will happen. But in the UK, one thing that's really interesting, so squatters can actually gain possession of a property, and there's a couple of stipulations for this. They've been living in the property for a continuous period of time, usually 4 weeks. They make it their main residence. They've taken steps to repair and maintain the property, paid any bills associated with the property, or they've not been living there illegally, like for example by gaining access, which I assume would be from like an unlocked window or something, not breaking and entering. And again, it's like, it's a rule made to protect people that have nothing left, right? They're homeless, they're on the street. But yet, one of the steps to make it your property is like paying the bills and repairing and maintaining the property. So if you do like a little bit of like Animal Crossing and touch up the house, apparently it's then yours. It's a very weird rule, and I see it being broken and changed
adverse
all the time. Now, in other
possession,
places in the world, like for example in California, squatting is just completely illegal. But despite that, there are actually a couple of laws in place to protect squatters. So long story short, it's a very long process. If you find a squatter in your house, it's not like a simple call the police, kick them out. It's a very long and lengthy legal process. But basically, the squatter can stay there for as long as they want until the eviction papers are served, and that could take months. And this is actually a growing concern for people that are using Airbnb, because what can happen is they legally gain access to the property because, you know, they paid, they got a key to the door, a key cut, they've got the access to the property. They might just not want to leave, and then because of squatters' rights, they'll probably be evicted at some point, but it's going to take a very long time and a very long and expensive...
Oh, wow, yeah, I never thought about doing that. So if you stay in an Airbnb for a month, and I mean, how would you do that? You'd have to steal some money, like a credit card or something. But how would you pay for 30 days of an Airbnb? It'd be expensive as hell. It would be, what, $100 a day? It would be, yeah, it would be $3,000 or something. But once you're in there for what, yeah, you just stay in like another day. Once you're in there for 31 days and you paid to get in there, you can just begin to claim squatters' rights, and they can't do anything at all.
Process. So,
and so as a criminal, you could just case places like this and live there for you know, I mean, you would have to be a thief to be able to pay for it, I think, but honestly, God damn it, like, I think like modern criminals have it so good, kind of, if they're willing to do it the right way. I never thought about abusing the squatter thing like that, and I've been a squatter, but I just never, like, and I've even tried to get adverse possession, you know, but I've never thought about doing it like in this weird, like, I've never thought about doing it like intentionally, right? I had to vacate several premises because I had no place to go in the middle of the winter where I could have easily like froze to death. And the cops were sympathetic to me. You know, the cops were sympathetic to me. They were like, you know, we're not going to kick you out because we know you'll freeze to death. It's Colorado in the fucking winter and stuff. And it was awesome. Like, you know, But it was also like I didn't do stuff to do that to harm anybody, and eventually I did leave. I just left. You know?
I want to introduce the antagonist of today's story, and that is Mary. Now, Mary is the woman that basically stayed in the Airbnb in Asian Andy's sister's home and wouldn't leave once the time that was set expired. So according to Asian Andy, his sister that, you know, owned the Airbnb used to be a teacher. She basically used the money being a teacher, bought a home, renovated it, and then eventually rented out some rooms on Airbnb. But now the problem is, with Mary squatting in the residence after the expiration, she can't get any more guests into the house because Mary's living there. She's taking up the room that's been rented out. Andy's sister is basically using the excess money generated from Airbnb to, you know, raise her family, pay bills, all that kind of stuff. And all of that has now came to a sudden stop because Mary has chosen to just live here now. Also, for extra context, the house is actually in Orange County, California, and a lot of people in Orange County...
Orange County? Oh, no. In Orange County, this is a horrible story because that room, it's worth like fucking $300 a night or something like that. That room is actually really worth a lot of money. It's worth a lot of money. And yeah, you can't have a squatter there at all, no.
Or like rooms in their house for extra profit. Like, I've talked to a lot of people that live in California, and
it also just damages the neighborhood incredibly bad, the property value of everything.
A housing crisis there. Oh my god.
Like, I was very sympathetic to the neighborhood that I was in, that I was squatting in. You know, when I did do it, I did it for about 5 months. One time I squatted, and well, no, I'm sorry, I stayed in a burnt out restaurant for about 4.5 years. But that was a commercial residence where nobody cared. Nobody showed up to tell me to leave. For 5 years, nobody showed. It was a completely abandoned commercial residence on South Pearl Street in Denver, Colorado. And it was just, you know, nobody came. Nobody ever came to tell me to leave, you know. And like eventually the cops did and I was like, okay, and I just left. But I came back one day and there was just a hole in the ground where that place used to be. It was a burnt out restaurant. So you can say I squatted for 5 years doing that, but nobody ever came to tell me to leave. The other time that I did get told, a friend of mine passed away, and so I stayed in their house for 5 months to get through the winter. And to get away from a man who was trying to kill me. And eventually he did make an attempt on my life in the house that I was staying in, which was insane. And so, yeah, like, and that whole period of my life ended at that point, the day that he tried to take my life with a circular saw. So I have a lot of history with squatting, but what I don't have a lot of history with is like negative intention squatting. I only have like a history of desperation squatting. I could never do what this lady did, which is just stay past when you paid for. I've never done that. My squatting had to do with sneaking in places that were abandoned and using them when nobody was there, you know?
Aggro.
Which honestly, as an American, I don't really see how that's even really should be illegal. And honestly, the system kind of doesn't either, especially if you live there. If nobody cares about where you're at and nobody shows up for a while, for like 5 months, and nobody even knows you're there, the system's sort of sympathetic to that. They're like, well, you know, you're an American and you're a fellow American and you're out there and you're homeless, and we'd rather that you were in a place than on the streets. I think even the system would say so. But they don't want you there like averse possessioning someplace or whatever. They don't want you squatting, but like, honestly, I think most people would rather that you aren't like exposed to the elements, you know, and have some place to go. And as far as that goes, abandoned places are not the worst premise. This is one of the things I would talk about if I would ever try to change the situation in America, is that we have so many empty cars and so many empty homes and so many empty businesses. And that's honestly almost sinful with how much homelessness we have and all this. I'm not saying that people can just take over those places, but something has to be done. Some kind of greater rent scale system needs to be introduced where all of those places are just forced by law to be sold or rented out on some kind of scale just to get them full, so we have less homelessness in this country, you know, something like that. I don't know what it is, but there's like some solution to the problem. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
New Zealand or Canada. I don't know how it's gotten so dire. So Asian Andy basically explains that Mary has been doing this for quite a while. She's a seasoned squatter. She's 10th prestige squatting. To the point that basically all the cops in the area know her by name. So Mary's tactic was basically using prepaid Airbnb cards, and then she would
and she would like probably steal credit cards to pay for them too. And she would get prepaid. I could see it prepaid. I can't believe they have Airbnb cards, because one of the funny things about dealing with Airbnb is you can probably build a reputation and have to use fake accounts and VPNs and stuff to even do business with Airbnb at that point. I know, because I've been locked out of Airbnb. I definitely have been locked out of Airbnb for stuff. I will say what it is. But I've been locked out of Airbnb before and had to get my account unlocked and stuff. And when it comes to those cards, those Airbnb cards, that makes me laugh, because most of the homeowners who actually rent their places out on, like, the landlord renting their place out to the Airbnb probably really likes Airbnb cards, right? And so this squatter probably took advantage of this, because they don't probably question your background. They're like, oh, she's paying with an Airbnb card, she must be rich, right? But what they don't know is she probably just stole it.
Low activity Airbnb, and then decide herself over the course of a month that basically she has the right to live in Asian Andy's sister's house. And also keep in mind as well, she's refusing to pay additional rent. This isn't a thing where it's like, oh, I want to stay here but I'll cover the costs. Like she's living there rent free. I know the word rent free has kind of been destroyed on the internet, but like this is the first time where it actually makes sense. She's actually living there rent free, and this is one of the reasons why evicting Mary is so difficult, because that voice break. Oh god, is that a voice break? Oh, you can tell how invested I'm getting in this video because of the voice breaking.
Yeah, like streamers, man. Like, yeah, my voice. Oof. Well, you were supposed to call me
Mary, though, because she's a 10th prestige squatter, she knows all of her rights, so she can play the system in her favor. She probably knows eventually she'll be evicted, but it's going to take an incredibly long time to do that. Now, another important character in this tale is Vince. Vince is also someone who lives in the same home with Mary and is registered to do so since November 2023.
Airbnb here? I'm not an Airbnb guest. Okay, how long we talked to this. I've been registered to live here since November 2023.
Now, Vince has direct relations to the owner of the home. He's her brother. And it's likely that Vince and Asian Andy are related as well. And he's had his own fair share of interactions of like why he just does not like Mary and vice versa. I mean, again, could you imagine a worse scenario? Like, you know, I know people have had experiences with bad roommates and stuff, but like, you know, roommates, at least for the most part, they actually pay their rent and stuff. This isn't happening here. So the first night that Asian Andy visits the house, again, he doesn't live there. He's been deployed there like a Helldiver trooper just to basically troll Mary so much before she leaves. So the first night that he arrives, he basically proceeds to play really loud TTS messages and videos.
Oh, no. And he streams it. Get out.
And then he also decides to change the locks on the house to, you know, stop any future incidents like this happening in the future. So Mary, this whole time, was refusing to...
I've been through all of it. Like, well, I haven't been through that stuff. I've never actually, like, trespassed or squatted in a way where somebody tried to lock me out. I've had somebody lock the door on me where I was paying rent, you know, paying rent every month. So I stopped paying rent when they locked the door on me, so I couldn't use the restroom in the main house. You know, it's like the whole reason about paying the apartment and in the garage is being able to use the restroom in the main house. When they locked me out of the main house, I just stopped paying rent and then left. I was like, I don't know.
Ah, very good. If initial reports
we were all drug addicts, but still, you know,
further advances in our knowledge
doesn't really
of
change anything.
This is a welcome delivery, adventurer. Your reward is well earned. I have need to send...
Oh, what happened here? Everything went quiet. What?
At all. So Vince...
Some kind of sound or what? Some kind of glitch. I don't know. I'm going to exit game now.
Warp drive active.
Ends up yelling and actually hopping through the window to be able to go and fix the door. And then Vince says that he needs the front door to be accessible.
Right now I can't even get into my own house. I'm not letting you, buddy. You're locking my door? You are not letting me into my own house. Okay, we're both tenants, right? We both have rights. So where is my door? Let me get in my room. I'm not going to your room. I didn't get to my room.
Yeah, this kind of battle is untenable. Wow, he's like busting into his own house.
And then Mary actually ends up squashing Vince's foot, trying to slam the door on him so he can't get back in. His house, by the way. And the injury he got is so bad, he actually had to go to urgent care.
What? That's his foot afterwards? Oh my god.
Hey, yo, this is my house. Yo, oh my feet, my feet. Oh my god, you sent your knee.
For context, by the way, Vince needs the front door to be accessible because it's the only way he can actually get into his room. Meanwhile,
his own
Mary's
house.
room has her own entrance. She doesn't need...
Oh no, it's an emotional vampire who's literally set up quarters in his house. It's my worst goddamn nightmare. I don't do this. I've never done it.
Need the front door to be able to get into her room. But instead of immediately going to urgent care with, you know, possible broken toes, Mary proceeds to call the police. So he sticks around because obviously he has to vouch.
This is what you do when you're a squatter. You call the police. You'd be surprised because often they're forced to protect your interests.
His situation to the cops, even though he really should be going to urgent care right now. So even though Mary knows her rights, she has this problem where
she assaulted him and she should have gone to jail.
Talks down to everyone, even with the cops. Like, she's constantly talking down to them, interrupting them, to the point where the cops are saying, like, if you don't shut up, we're literally going to put you in jail for the night.
Ma'am, listen, you need to stop and interrupting our investigation. If you want to report, that's fine.
So yeah, long story short, Mary and Vince are definitely not on good terms, which is pretty much why he's supporting Asian Andy's trolling campaign to try to get Mary out of the house. Now, one thing about Mary is she loves doors. She loves doors than the average Roblox player loves playing doors.
Docking permission requested.
Whether it's using them as, like, you know, brutal weapons to harm people or trying to change the locks. She also has a very clever tactic of keeping the front door open at all times, mostly because Asian Andy is playing incredibly loud music to try and troll her, and she's hoping that by the front door being open, neighbors hear it, they call the police, and then Asian Andy gets charged with a noise complaint. And her excuse for this is the front door needs to be opened at all times during business hours, due to this Airbnb being her place of accommodation. What business are you conducting apart from living in someone else's?
Yep, she's like, well, it's a business. The front door must remain open. No.
House rent free.
This is a place of public accommodations and the doors open, unfortunately, during business hours.
However, that doesn't stop Andy, and he basically waits for the woman to walk outside to make the point that you're causing a disturbance, and then locks her out of the home.
So, the police are going to be called for a disturbance. We can hear it from the street.
And then she hands him this bizarre handwritten legal notice that it is her place of residence where she conducts business.
And she writes she writes out on the toilet paper like what's it called? She was probably watching a lot of Netflix at the time, and she had probably been watching Better Call Saul. And there's this hilarious scene in Better Call Saul where he's at Sandpiper Crossing, which is like a old folks home, and he wants to sue them, and he believes that he's found the evidence. So he goes into the fucking bathroom, and he writes out a very detailed fucking legal complaint and sues Sandpiper on a piece of toilet paper. And so she probably stole the same thing. She probably ran into the bathroom, took a piece of like mail, and then basically wrote like the opposite of a cease and desist letter where she'll violate him for breaking the law if he keeps her out.
And Asian Andy just proceeds to like burn.
Yeah, just burn the letter. Yeah.
He tries to go to the backyard area.
Asian Andy burns the letter. Asian Andy burns the letter. It's so funny. He just burns the letter. Yeah. Americans are becoming very desperate, and if you're in the middle class, you're starting to be targeted by people in the lower class. It sucks, sort of. I never wanted to be one of those people. I stopped being like that We went and got the help. We talked to the government doctors. I went and got help from the mental health center of Denver. I lived in an inpatient for 2 years. We went through the process of trying to rehabilitate me. The doctors, everybody. It's been 10 different meds. It's been, you know, we went through the whole thing and try to get me away from this sort of life where either I was like trying to do this to someone else so I could have a life and not die, or it was being done to me, one or the other.
His room is located. She demands that he doesn't go back, and that's where
if you stay around meth people, tons of bad stuff happens to you. Like meth circles are not normal. You shouldn't ever be around them. There's always something deeper, like kind of like blue like what's that one director, Pabst Blue Ribbon, you know, who is that? It's Blue something or another. I can't remember the name. I can't think of the movie. I'm thinking. Is it Eraserhead? Maybe. It's like that director who did It's like David Lynch. Meth circles are always like David Lynch. There's always something really dark and really scary going on in the background that you don't find out about until 2 to 5 years later. And just stay away from meth circles. Just do it. Just stay away from meth circles or really any drug circles because they're kind of like really fucking dog eat dog, like nasty situations, and they're gonna treat you friendly at first until you realize that the desperation of being a drug addict turns you into an emotional vampire in the end. You just suck away from everybody around you. You steal their food, you steal their money if you can, you steal their drugs, you do whatever you can to just sort of suck away from the people around you because you don't have a life worth living, so you don't care about what happens to the other people around you. She knows it. She's been around it enough. Meth. What you're looking at is meth. She's probably a meth addict.
They have this.
Notice how she's always wearing the same exact pink dress. It's because she smokes meth all day and she doesn't have any money for anything else.
Debate about like having autism.
Meth is expensive.
You're not allowed to go back here. Do you understand?
You're not allowed to go back here on his property. It's just insane. And he's just like back there in his fucking bathrobe, just chilling, being like, what? Lady, what the fuck are you talking about? I own this place. What the fuck are you talking about? My sister owns this place. What are you talking about? The whole time he's just like looking at her. Like, what are you talking about? I live here. I own this place. What are you talking about? You're off on some weird delusional bent and the law protects you, but it doesn't make what you're saying true. And he's just like thumbing in her face. He's just like, what are you talking about? Like, you know, because there's the squatter's reality that they've dreamt, the criminal's reality that they've dreamt up in their head, and then there's reality, which is that he and his sister own the place, so it doesn't matter what she says to him. It's actually so cringe. I actually love this stupid shit. It's so funny.
Do not follow me back there.
Do not follow me. He can. No, he owns the place. You can't tell him what to do. He owns the place.
I mean, I'm not sure if he is or not. He's a streamer, so probably. But, you know, she will basically mock him for having autism, but then, you know, 5 minutes later say, oh, I also have autism.
Say that you have autism.
You have autism? I have autism. I have autism. And like everybody goes back and forth, and it's like, what? What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Okay, I don't care. Let's go. Get out of my house and shut the fuck up. Why are you talking to him over and over again? It seems like they're friends. If you're at this situation where this person won't leave your house and you hate them and you're calling the cops on them all the time, you don't sit there in the living room just listening to them yap. You actually don't.
People thought I was.
Andy has autism excuse, and Andy has autism excuse, and Andy has autism excuse.
I hate to say, I know it's a dead bit.
I know it's a dead bit. This is a real
moment, okay? Mary once again calls the police, and it just ends up being a complete stonewall. The police basically, you know, telling her that other people rent this residence too. Even a neighbor gets involved at one point to confirm with the police that yes, Asian Andy lives there. Like no one is telling this woman.
No one.
So after this report and Asian Andy trolling her for what could be basically a week now, at one point he tries to like offer her food. He's gonna get like Uber Eats or something. But as soon as she opens her mouth to say what she wants, thinking she'll actually get free food off him,
he slams the door.
Shut up, and she's a fat pig.
I'm getting DoorDash. Would you like any pizza? I was gonna order some food. Do you want anything? On me. What am I ordering?
She's starving, so she's like, yeah, oh yeah, you're talking about food? And he's like, yeah. And then he's like, shut the fuck up.
You would want food, you fat.
Mary had enough. It wasn't squatting in somewhere she shouldn't be. It wasn't being harassed through TTS. No, it was the fact that she wasn't getting any Uber Eats. So she gets a bit crazy here, claiming that any interaction with her door is harassment and saying that Asian Andy is smoking crack.
So, you seem to be smoking crack.
Seem to be smoking crack.
Yeah, I really think you need mental health intervention.
No.
Now it's obvious that Asian Andy's not smoking crack. He's just having a little bit of the 420, the funny drug. The reason why she's saying crack, by the way, because weed is totally legal to smoke in California. So she tries to leave somewhere, I don't know, doing some like bizarre side quest. Maybe she's already looking to squat in someone else's house just in case she gets evicted from Asian Andy's house. But she states that Asian Andy shouldn't go anywhere near the backyard or her door. And what you know, he does exactly that. And
He
she
does
follows him back
exactly
there
that.
to try and stop him. And then people in his chat start making AI music, which is funny because I literally just talked about how AI music is like killing smaller content creators, but here it's I give it a full blessing.
Thank you.
She's calling the cops. She's calling the cops. Calling the cops. The AI song is so funny. The AI singing is so funny. I love trolls. I don't love them. I just think I think it's funny when no, I don't love trolls. I think it's funny when trolls actually make you laugh. I love that moment where you're like, I'm sorry, that's so funny. You actually do have to laugh. The AI is singing about she's calling the cops. She's calling the cops. And this door needs to remain open. It's the AI sing. They seeded the lyrics to an AI song and then they had to sing it to him. Remain open. This door needs to remain open. And he's like, why does this sound like somebody wrote a song about my situation? It's because they did, but it's with AI and he doesn't understand what's going on because he's kind of thick. Who made this stuff, you idiot? It's AI, you idiot.
Who made this song?
Who made this song? He's like, did a really famous band make a song about the squatter that's living in my fucking house? No. But it sounds like it. This is what's wrong with AI.
What the? So they're making this.
She's calling the cops. She's calling the cops. Remember the AI I made live? I gave that to everybody. I gave that to my mother. My mother was like, this is one of the most horrible things you've ever done. And I was like, okay. Remember, it was like, I wrote an AI song called Why Is That Weasel So Interested in My Beehole? Why is that weasel so interested in my beehole? It's like this pop singer, and she's all upbeat and bubbly and stuff. And she's like, why is that interested so? And then she was like, I was walking through the forest one day, and this weasel comes weaseling along, and we started dancing and doing stuff. And then she's like, I'm really worried about how the weasel is so interested in my beehole. And it sounds like a Disney song until she starts talking about how worried she is about the weasel who's after her beehole, which I thought was actually riotously funny.
Music up to like try to.
Why is that weasel so interested in my beehole? Right? Where is it? I bet if I Google it, why is that weasel so interested in my beehole? Right? It will pull my song. Damn it. Oh, why is that weasel so interested in my beehole? Damn it. I can't remember did I save the link? I think I did, but I don't know where I saved it. Why is that weasel so interested in my beehole? Did I not save it? I don't think I saved it. No. I don't think I saved it. It's so bad. Damn it.
Get on her nerves even more, referencing the current situation. Like at one point he's even playing pickleball in front of her door.
He's like playing pickleball with her door.
The situation.
In a bathrobe, trying to gross her out. Aww. Because they're both kind of squatters. Like his sister is like, you deal with her. You're a squatter too. And he's like, what? And she's like, yeah, you deal with her. She's your problem. You're a squatter too.
Starts to ramp up and become truly insane, which is probably what I'll call the video. When Mary decides to start throwing bleach outside of her door, almost as a way to like.
Why? No, do not fucking seed the fucking floorboard with bleach. That's what we're really scared of you guys doing. That's the sort of stuff that they get so scared of squatters doing. Don't do the stuff that they get really scared of you doing, like just pouring bleach into the fucking floorboards and totaling the house. Don't do anything like that. Please don't ever do anything like that. I never did anything like that.
Deter Andy, you know, like in Phasmophobia, you put like salt.
Yeah, you put like salt outside the door for the vampire or whatever. No, this doesn't work. Don't put bleach outside the door. You know, it does work for ants. If you don't want ants to go somewhere, you can leave a trail of bleach, and they won't cross it because it's bleach. They're just not stupid. They know it smells like shit and a chemical, and that it'll probably eat through their skin, and they can smell it really strongly. And they're like, no, we're not crossing this line. And so if you ever like when I was growing up in California, we had a lot of bad ants and stuff. And so to keep them from coming in my room from under the door, I used to run a line of bleach with my finger, like across the threshold. And bugs wouldn't cross it, you know? Like ants wouldn't come in. It actually does work. But that's the only thing you can do with bleach. And I'm talking like a little swipe with your finger of a tiny little, like a droplet of bleach. Not like dumping it on the floor, you know?
On the floor,
bleach
like
is
where a ghost is.
No, it's this behavior. It's like, this is what we get terrified about squatters doing.
It's like she's doing a scuffed version of that.
Yeah, I did do something like this, but I was a renter, and I did something really bad, and I had to shell out $1,300 cash, or the guy would have sued me and stuff. It was so annoying. But I taped a Ethernet cord to the floor so that I could walk over it while I was living there, right? Because it was just like, you know, I had to run an Ethernet cord. It was annoying. Back then, like, internet was a lot more annoying and Wi-Fi was a lot harder. And it just, you know, it was like, you know, it just was like annoying. And so I taped an Ethernet cord to the floor. And I was leaving. As I was leaving, I pulled up the cord, and it had been 4 years or something, I think it was. And I had been walking on the cord, and 4 summers had gone by, and the adhesive of the cord had melted into the nice wooden floor. And so when I pulled up I had to pull it up when I was leaving. I had to pull up the tape, and the tape just ripped the goddamn finish off the floor in this terrible tape line all the way across the fucking floor. I was a terrible roommate, I guess. I mean, I didn't mean to be a bad roommate. I think the worst things I did was the tape terror, and then I ran out of money. That was the worst thing I did as to that guy, was I ran out of money, and he traded me 2 months of rent for my cat. And then as I was leaving, I ran out of money, and I was leaving. I left like a good person. I left. I didn't hassle him or anything at all. I just left. I was like, well, at least it's warm enough to leave, and I did. And I left the state. I was like, I'm out of money, and I don't have a job, and my car is going to break down. And so I was just like, well, I'm leaving. And so I pulled up the cord, and I had saved like $2,000 to leave. You know, I was like, I'm not going to pay rent anymore. I'm just going to trade him the cat, and I saved $2,000. I'm going to go move into an apartment out on the West Coast. And instantly I ripped up the cord, and I had to go knock on his door. I was like, hey B, I'm so sorry, come look at this. And he was like, what happened? And I was like, I'm so sorry. And I was like, look at this, man. And he was like, yeah, this sucks. And I was like, well, I don't want you to sue me, and I don't want you to think that I'm an asshole, and I'm sorry, I didn't see this coming. And he was like, this is obviously an accident. He was like, I don't hate you for this. This is obviously an accident. We didn't see it coming. If I saw this coming, I wouldn't have let you do it. I just didn't think that the tape would have binded to the wood like this and ripped it so badly. And I was like, well, what do you need? And he was like, well, I'm going to sand it down and fix it myself and sand the whole room and stuff. So it was like $500 so we can call it even. I was like, yes, if you write out that we're cool. And he was like, really? And I was like, yeah, you're going to have to sign on a piece of paper that this $500 alleviates me from any legal concern. And he was like, really? And I was like, yes, because otherwise I'll just pay you to fix it. I'll just pay a contractor to fix it. I was like, no, I don't want to leave this place you thinking that I fucked you or something like that. And he was like, I was like, I don't want to lose a friendship or anything like that. I don't have any enemies, you know. The only enemies I picked up was online with weird randos and a dude who attacked me for no reason. He was sick in his head, you know. He shot cocaine for 20 years. He was a fucked up addict. He was just sick in his head. And so Yeah, and so as I left, and he was like, "Well, okay," and I had to slap down. I remember it being $1,300, but it was $500. He did actually. He was like, "No, just give me $500. I'll refinish and redo this whole room, and I have the knowledge and the wood masonry expertise to do it." And he was like, "I don't trust a contractor to come in here. I'm going to have to do this work myself." And so I was like, "Well, how much is the parts and the labor normally?" And he was like, "Well, that's starting at least $750 or something." But he was like, "Since I'm going to do it myself, and honestly, this is my fault for taking on a tenant. This is the kind of thing that happens to a person with having a tenant in their apartment complex." And so he was like, "Okay, I'll just take $500." And I was like, "Okay," and here's $500 cash. And he wrote out a thing on a piece of paper saying I was alleviated of any legal concern for the damage I had done, and that I paid justly and fairly. And I was like, "Okay," and we shook hands, and that was the last day I ever saw him. But that was the worst